Nice. That's what that is. Okay, get this started. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting for November 14th, 2023. I would like to begin by acknowledging that Jasper National Park and the municipality of Jasper are on Treaty 6 and 8 territories, as well as Jasper House Métis District. This land is the traditional territory, meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home for the Dinéza, Nikiawak, Anishinaabe, Secwepemc, Stoney Nakoda, and Métis. I would like to call the meeting to order at 9:30 a.m. Council, you have the agenda in front of you. Are there any additions to the agenda? There better not be. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Demota, all in favor? The agenda is approved. And we are going to dive right into it. Moving on to agenda item 4, delegations. First up, we have the Jasper Municipal Library. I have Joyce Melnick and Angie Tom in the house. Welcome, ladies. Thank you. And I will give you the floor.
Good morning, Mayor Arlen, Council, and the public joining us in person and online. I am Joyce Melnick, Chairperson of the Municipality of Jasper Library Board, and with me is Angie Tom, Director of Library Services. We will be presenting the library's budget request for 2024. The library operates under provincial library legislation, which mandates that the library be open to the public and maintain a plan of service to guide the library's operations. While the board reviews and updates the plan of service each year, in 2024, the board will be doing community consultation in preparation for a complete rewrite. Much of the library's plan of service and its operations align with the municipality of Jasper's strategic priorities. Please note that LCC stands for Library and Cultural Center. The municipality of Jasper Library Board is extremely conscious that the library is viewed as an extension of the municipality and that the municipal funding must result in an excellent return on investment.
Our staffing has stabilized. Having stable staff has allowed us to offer consistent quality library services and programs. The increase in the provincial library grant offset not getting the Canada Summer Job Grant. We'd also like to thank our Friends of the Library Society for organizing and running events like the used book sale and the garden tour, which help promote the library and raise funds for collections, furniture, and equipment. Provincially, 37% of the population are library members. Locally, we're about 45%. We continue to see people coming in to use our printing and faxing services. The move to digital services and the ability to fill out and send forms without having to print them first is a positive move. Library staff spend more time assisting people now with digital services, such as scanning or attaching documents to emails. Circulation is on track to match last year's numbers, which were the second highest ever. Through the challenging fire season, we did see evacuees from other communities in our library region, as well as from outside the province. Before the pandemic, the library was open 54 hours per week with 5 regular staff. Once pandemic restrictions were lifted for libraries, we had difficulty finding and keeping staff and had to keep reduced hours. Now that staffing has stabilized, we feel confident in adding the additional day with the staff we currently have. Opening on Monday will bring us to 48 hours per week. The board will use surveys, focus groups, and other methods to gather public input to build the new plan of service. We have a community that is ever changing, so these reviews are necessary.
Included in the agenda package is a financial statement till the end of September, as well as the 2024 budget and forecast for 2025 to 2027. The provincial grant is anticipated to remain stable. While we continue to apply for summer job grants, these are not guaranteed. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. We are open for questions.
Thank you very much. It's exciting to be above the provincial average for library memberships. Before I go to questions, I just wanted to clarify with administration, the total amount requested, the amount approved last year is going to be in the base budget. The amount requested additionally is $6,057.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, that is correct. Anybody that had prior requests in the previous years would have been rolled over as the same amount in this year, and then any additional request is on top of what has been built in. You're completely correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Melchak. All right, I will look to my council colleagues for questions. Or comments. Councilor Malik?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just looking forward into your future budget years. I see you running at the deficit. Seeing deficits concern me, because I guess you may be coming forward for additional grants, although in future years there is an increase built in. There still will be an operating deficit, and just wondering as we get into 25, 26, 27, how those might be handled.
Councillor Melnick, the budget for 24 with the increased hours it's conjecture at this point. I'm not sure, what the actual costs will be, if there will be additional costs like operating costs beyond staffing. So 24 will probably be the test, and then 25, 26, 27, the forecast for those will be adjusted accordingly. We need some actual data before I can make those conjectures. As far as dealing with deficits, we do have some operating reserves, and so the board was willing to put those up just so that we can move into more hours and see what that will look like in the future.
Thank you.
Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Paul, and thank you to our guests for presentation. I have some comments. You can choose to respond or not, I suppose. I noted that you said, perhaps even with a sense of relief, that provincial government funding is stable. But in fact, if it is consistent with previous years, it is a reduction in real terms because it doesn't account for inflation. Have you had any discussions with provincial authorities about their commitment to libraries, appreciating that they legislate that municipalities must contribute? When I look at the numbers, the municipality contributes approximately 82% of the revenues of the library. Provincial government contributes about 13% and diminishing in the face of inflation. Have you had any discussions with provincial authorities or the MLA about the provincial level of commitment to funding libraries?
No, we have not.
Often those conversations happen at the regional level or at provincial associations. So Alberta Trustees Association has, indicated that they would like, to have a better sense that there is a built-in increases. One of the things that I guess for us, we were happy because there was an increase for the first time since 2015. So I hope that they recognize that this has to be ongoing, but I don't know.
All right, thank you for that. My other question, then again, I appreciate that you might defer and perhaps it's a matter at the regional level. But have libraries generally collectively considered how to measure return on investment? So you are looking for additional funding primarily to have additional opening hours. Is there a way that we can measure that return on investment? I appreciate that the investment is fairly esoteric. But it may matter to some of our constituents that we can demonstrate results from increased funding.
Some of it is statistics because people like numbers, me being one of them. And part of it though is like community development, it's the level of engagement. Some people will have a membership and I will never see them again. They'll come in, renew, gone. And they only use our e-resources and that kind of thing. So I don't know how to measure that, what quality that adds to their life. We have numbers for our programs. We have, I could do a survey and see how many return visitors we have, but there's also that line where we walk that we're creating a welcoming environment, but that also means that if you want to be left alone in the corner, that's the level of engagement will happen. So, and maybe that's what they like about their days. They can come in and no one's going to bother them. So I'm not sure. I can give you numbers and I can give you repeat visitors and circulation numbers. But for that person who just wants to come in and read the paper, what is that level of engagement?
Right, I appreciate that. If I may have one final question. I see that you are aligned relatively closely with local schools, and they visit the library several times a week, I think is what I read in the report. And yet, based on the financial information that you provided, there is no contribution by schools either. Is that correct? The schools make use of the library, but they make use of a library funded by local tax dollars, not local school dollars. So we're collecting taxes for the school division and remitting those to the province, but they're not contributing to the library. Is that a fair assessment?
Direct dollar contributions, no. They do provide us an audience and a pathway of communication to get to the school, the families of the school and the staff. And the idea is that through this engagement, we can maybe then make them lifetime library users. And it's a recognition that libraries in the schools aren't supported. So we look at it as a way of building a reader and building a lifetime library user.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council? Councilor, go ahead.
I'd like to be left alone in the corner, please.
Councilor Meldick?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I just want to reference back to one of the uses of the meeting rooms by other organizations and individuals. 70 uses, and I realize part of that is Rotary Club in the Rotary Room, but are there revenues associated with those uses, or are those generally on a gratis basis? And is the quorum room part of, not so that any use of the quorum room is actually accounted for in the municipal budget? Okay, thank you.
Right now, we do have a Standing Service Canada contract until April, so they come every second Thursday. But a lot of the other uses are from nonprofit groups, and in both our letter of understanding and our policies, we don't charge those as a way to support the community.
Councilor Malik, I think libraries really became essential community hubs during the pandemic. A place parent can come for story time, lots of language and culture learning, free Wi-Fi. My question is, do you know how many Wi-Fi visits you had in the last year? Always care about Wi-Fi visits.
Of course I
I
have.
know.
Just for this year. Patron sessions were 78,022. That's up to the end of October. And the session is every time they connect and disconnect. So somebody might be in the parking lot and connect, download some email, do something and then reconnect in the same, in the same hour. So that's not like per visit, but that would be how many times they connect to our Wi-Fi.
Comments or questions from council, or potentially a motion? Councillor Kelleher, MP.
Thank you, Councillor Hall, and thank you for your presentation. I move that we receive the presentation for information, and should I move the amount of the budget? And I move that we move 6,057 to 2024 budget.
Director Reid, is that what we need?
Very close, excellent work. My recommendation would be that you move the full amount to budget deliberations. Otherwise, you have to recommend to council to, the wording. So the motion could be cleaner to just say, move that amount to budget deliberations.
Councillor Kelleher, do you want to restate your motion?
Certainly, thank you. Second part of the motion, I move $207,957 to 2024 budget deliberations.
Is there a debate on the motion? Don't see any hands. I will call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, Ms. Tom, Smelnick, for your attendance this morning and your presentation. Okay, moving on to agenda item 4.2. We have Executive Director Patty Pavlov and Jasper-Yellowhead Chamber of Commerce President Troy Mills here with us. I also understand we have some new information. Will that be shared on a screen for public viewing?
Your mic.
Hello.
I'm sorry that that information was coming into us very late, so it has not yet been posted publicly. But we want to be sure you had it for today, and then it will be, of course, public record after this meeting.
Great, thank you very much. And whenever you're ready, jump on in.
Okay, first, I'd like to introduce to you our new president, Mr. Troy Mills. Give him a moment to steal the mic, and then I'll give you our presentation.
Morning. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Deputy Mayor Hall and councilors and the municipality of Jasper. Thank you very much. And I'll pass things back to Patty. Appreciate the support.
Okay, so we did submit our application for consideration for $25,000.
And when we did that, we knew that we were probably pushing that threshold at any point already at 25,000. As you may know, I have been the director of the Chamber of Commerce for 13 years now. And I can tell you that in the time that I have been there, the house has aged along with the rest of us. In 2022, it celebrated 100 years of the beginning of its construction. It took to the end of 2024, so we're not quite there yet, but it was 100% completed. So putting it in relative terms, 1922 to 1924 for construction. I'm sure most of you are already very familiar with Robson House, but I will just give you a little bit more about the Robson House Historical Society. It falls under the umbrella of the Jasper-Park Chamber of Commerce. It was established that way in 1999 by the people who orchestrated the complete reparation of the building and relocation from 808 Eakey Street to 409 Patricia Street. At that time, the Robson House Historical Society formed. It was in receipt of generous gifts of kind. There was some financial donations as well. And if it weren't for that, I don't think we would have seen the tremendous restoration of the building at that time. What needs to happen now is after 22 years on this site, work has to be done. And again, the house has aged. So what we have requested from you today is consideration for a $25,000 grant. I will go back to that amount because that is not the total. That is what will get us at least halfway through the funds that are required to bring Robson House back to its former glory. So, the important thing to remember is, though I sit here as the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce, I'm also responsible for the day-to-day operations, which is physical and historical integrity of the home. And I also sit on that committee, which does fundraising. That is the only means of financial support that we have at this time. It has been an extremely busy couple of years. I'm not telling you something you don't know. What I am telling you is that under the auspices of the Chamber, Robson House and the Chamber itself, in fact, has had hard times. But many of our memberships have had really tough financial times between COVID, the Chetamon fire, and various other challenges that have come into place since that time. I can tell you that that the Chamber has also had its challenges. You'll see in your note there that in 2019, so just prior to the official COVID time, we experienced a $19,000 expense when the original boiler put in the home in 2001 ceased to operate. We can't have no heat in the building that we're working in. So that was a no-brainer, so to speak, and we had to have that fixed, and that included all the equipment and resources. Just this past spring, early summer, we also experienced another financial setback, and that was the failure of the water tank. And we were able to have some cold running water. So fortunately, the washrooms, etc., were okay, but there was no hot running water in any way. And while that wasn't the end of the world, it certainly complicates things. The final thing was a recent repair to the roof area. Some flashing had come loose with some of the high winds that we have had. And there was a danger that it would, in fact, detach from the roof and potentially fall down, hitting an individual, a car, anything of that nature. So we had to get that fixed sooner rather than later. And while the contractor was working on that, there were some inspections that were done as well. And one thing that has come to our attention and requires immediate need is the repair of an area surrounding the chimney. where there is a danger of a leak. If that area does leak, and with the snow we have on the ground now and a predicted 6 or 7 degrees by the end of this week, I will not lie, I am terribly concerned that water will come down into the attic area and then further seep onto the second floor, which has, of course, 100-year-old floors, original hardwood. So I digress. What I will say is that we have requested this money to help us to repair the interior, the exterior, all of the wood trim, which is all original. The exterior has not been painted since 2001 when the building was relocated there. We require the hardwood floors to be refinished. Two rooms were done in the upper floor in 2013. And also in 2013, there was an internal painting and there was an exterior trim. Other than that, there has been no structural or historical work done on the building. And our funds are depleted. As I mentioned, the immediate need for the roof to be repaired requires, of course, a lift and many other things that are required to make those repairs. They cannot be done from inside. So, having said that, when we got estimates from various local contractors to do this work, the total came out to bring it to its former glory at $45,100. And I'm sure you can see that in your document that you received this morning. We know that a lot of this work will not be done till the spring now. We know that the interior floors, anything interior can be done over the winter months and some of our slower times. So those are rare. And the immediate is, of course, that roof. And now with this snow, I'm very concerned about getting that looked after sooner rather than later. Both the Jasper-Park Chamber and the Robson House Historical Society are operated by boards. The Robson House itself does not have any paid staff. That is assumed by me as the executive director in my day-to-day operations of the chamber. It seems convoluted, but the way it was done back in that day, it was the easiest and most efficient way to get that work done and get ourselves established. I started in 2010, and I can tell you that winter, we were very pleased that we were able to burn the mortgage papers. So it was due to a lot of effort and a lot of gifted time, a lot of fundraising, that the mortgage was paid out in December, I believe, of 2010. So since that time, we have relied on fundraising and, of course, the chamber bank account to pay for anything that required immediate assistance. We have done okay with our annual fundraisers, including Robson on the Rocks Ice Bar. And of course, just recently we had the Robson Sisters Snow Celebration. And Jason Patterson owes me a huge thank you because we did the snow dance on Friday night. And here we are, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Why we do what we do? We care about our community. We care about the buildings. We care about the physical and historical integrity of many of our heritage buildings. You should note, for those who may not know, it is a federally registered heritage building, and we have sole responsibility for keeping it up to standard. That work is required. Everything listed on your sheet is required work. And as I say, it'll be the spring before some of that work can be contracted, but some of it can be done over the winter months. So I don't think I've missed anything, Mr. President. No, okay, apparently not. I am open for questions. I want to thank you all for this consideration. We try not to come to any organization, but to be self-reliant, and times have dictated that we needed to branch out. We will be looking at a heritage grant, but again, we're not certain that we will be able to secure any money. That's all hopeful. And as everybody knows, you don't put hope in a budget. So that's what I can tell you, and I'm very happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pavlov and Mr. Mills. Questions from council? Councillor Calder, MP.
Yes, Rob and Mr. Charles, excellent presentation. I do remember many years ago, we applied for a heritage grant for that roof, but because it was a tin roof, they wouldn't allow it because they wanted it brought back to the former roof. And unfortunately, within the parks, we can't have that style of roof anymore due to fire. So I do remember those days. So I do believe you will be fundraising for this roof.
Thank you for that.
How many members do you have now?
I'm sorry, I haven't heard.
Sorry, how many members?
We are currently sitting at 143 members. Now that's bearing in mind that membership dues renewals just went out about 2 weeks ago. And we are getting returns. So we're doing okay as far as membership. But I will not lie, we lost some over COVID, and although we gained some. So there's been a bit of a balance in that regard. But 143, comparative to communities our size, this is a large chamber. It's very well supported by the community.
And how much do your fundraisers for the Robson House currently like when you put on the ice bar? What would you bring in on that?
The Robson Sisters dinner, which was just celebrated Friday night, as I mentioned, raised about $2,000. And that is a sale from raffle tickets at $10 each. So approximately 200 tickets were sold. And the other big fundraiser for the Robson House is Robson on the Rocks Ice Bar. And that is somewhat dependent on Mother Nature's will to be really, really, really cold or reasonable. Last year we did very poorly. I believe we made $2,000 or $2,500. And the year before was also quite cold, but we did about 5,000. Our best night ever in this history has been $11,000.
Awesome. Thank you for that information.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Paul. It seems to me that hope may not be in your budget, but there seems to be a lot of hope for our budget. I'm curious about some technical aspects of this, and you discussed a bit, Ms. Powell, the interrelationship between the Jasper-Yellowhead Chamber of Commerce and the Robson House Historical Society. I would request, with council's consent, that administration perhaps provide us with a copy of the lease. My recollection is that the head lease from Parks Canada is held by the Jasper Municipal Leasehold Asset Society, and then it sublets. And I need to confirm whether that sublease is to the Robson House Historical Society or to the Chamber of Commerce. And the reason I ask that is that it might be different for council to look at a request from the owner of the asset, which may be the Robson House Historical Society, rather than from the Chamber of Commerce. And I note in the material that you provided today that it is the society that obtained a mortgage and had the mortgage initially. So the society must have the interest in the building that can be mortgaged, which is different than the Jasper-Yellowhead Chamber of Commerce. So details that can come later, but I would really benefit personally from looking at the lease and the relationship between the parties. And if you're able to help provide us with some of that information before our budget deliberations are over, I would certainly appreciate it. The second request that I would make is that there is a reference in the material that we received today about reserves not being adequate. And so over the last 25 years, somebody has owned that house as opposed to the leasehold that it sits on, either the Robson House Historical Society or the Chamber. And I presume that they may have had a capital reserve account set up. And it might help council if we were able to see the nature of that reserve. And I appreciate it's not enough to fund the work, but showing an effort to raise reserves for anticipated repairs down the road might be an important point for council to consider. So if you're able to provide that sort of information, I would appreciate it.
I certainly can.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. You have comments or questions from council? Councilor Demota.
Pardon me. You know what? I think a couple of years ago, we made a commitment to go into a concept of a priority-based budget. So, and for me, that starts with what's legislated to us, and then all the external asks. We have to kind of weigh, you know, what's most important, unfortunately, for the community. So those are the need to haves, and then the want to haves. And I remember being in a similar situation where the chamber and our municipal budget needed to be a little tight, and the mayor had a really good idea about upping our membership contribution. Although the money still comes from taxpayer dollars, we made a move to go in a direction. I think at that time it was to $10,000. So that, you know, that might have been a little over 15 years ago. I think right now we're over 20,000. Is that correct? Or no, 20, that's 2,000, 2,100. So I don't know if that was like a one-off, but I think that there's some room here where we can work within that. I think my ask is to, like, hope isn't a business plan, and we don't have much of a business plan in front of us when it comes down to the ask. I know we have some structural issues to deal with. You have 143 members right now. Membership renewal requests are out. What's the forecast like with other business in the communities that haven't been contributing yet, or you know, might be prospects for you to help out with revenues? So do you have a plan right now in place to help, you know, your revenues to maybe recoup some of this?
What we have done is supported the Robson House bank account financially for as long as I have been there. And I know there are others in the room who can speak to prior to my time. I can tell you that the Jasper-Park Chamber pays all of the utilities. It pays for everything that needs to be done. And as you know, the chamber is a vital part of our community. It is the voice of our community. It is a meeting place. It is a learning place. It is a networking place. And it is open to the membership at any time at no cost. So there's things that we do to add value to the memberships. I can tell you we expect to stay at minimum stable at 145, and that we are about to undertake a very large membership drive. And other than that, the strategic plan is in place, but I will say that it's important to recognize that while I am here as executive director of the chamber, I am also here representing the Robson House. It is as I said, complicated setup, and we do everything we can to keep it separate. As far as reserves go, we have probably just enough to cover off this immediate repair on the roof. And then our reserves are down to about 5,000, and that's, you know, forbid that anything else should go wrong. But after 20 years service, you know, as I said, the boiler went, the water tank went. There are visible signs of repair that's required structurally outside more so than inside. But it hasn't been painted in 10 years.
Okay, I understand the difficulty in balancing the difference between the Robinson House and the Chamber, but membership contribution does assist in the overall operations, and home is where the operation is, right?
In some ways, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if there is a desire from the board itself of the chamber to reach out to the greater membership to help out with some of these shortcomings. And the reason I'm going there, and you know what, please forgive me for taking the long route here, but you know what, there might be opportunities to like collectively assist in these shortcomings with, you know, a greater membership contribution too, and I'm willing to look at that route. I know it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, but over time, if we commit to a certain amount, maybe that $25,000 ask for this year could be spread out, right?
As I said, the total amount is $45,190. And I can tell you that we have one other organization that has contacted us to say that they could help possibly with a little bit beyond that $25,000 if we are fortunate enough to have that as part of the municipal consideration for the budget. So that would be bringing everything up to its absolute best standard. I can tell you we have already put off things like interior painting, interior woodwork on those 100-year-old floors. And we definitely have put off trim inside and out, and we have certainly put off exterior painting. That work has not been done since the house was moved to that location in 2001.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Councillor Wexler.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Forgive me, and I don't know a lot about the background. You indicated that the chamber pays the cost of all the utilities and the small repairs, and I wondered whether the chamber pays the Historical Society a monthly or annual rent that could be put aside to provide a slush fund for upcoming repairs.
We certainly have considered that, and what we've done is to keep the Heritage Society free of monthly encumbrances. That's why the day-to-day operation is paid by the chamber. We do not pay rent to be there, but when you consider the cost of both over the course of any given year, they work out actually pretty close. I was going to say something, I've lost my thought, but I can tell you that we have one room that we are able to rent. We are very restricted in some of the space that we have in terms of who can occupy it. And we are only able to rent to a non-profit. And at this time, Grand Yellowhead Public School Division rents the lower level. And again, because they are a nonprofit and we are interested in supporting education the best way we can for students and the community, they pay a little less than $1,000 a month for that space. So it keeps it affordable for them, but it has some income for us. So that's where some of our reserves come from, and we try to build it up. But as I say, we did have a decent amount of money in reserves until we were hit with the boiler, the water tank, and now this roof repair.
Any other questions or comments from council? Councillor Calgarendi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I just want to make a couple of comments. I ran the chamber for many years, and as Councillor Melnick sat on the board for many years, and I was there when the Robson House became the Robson House. And I know it was quite the slush fund, but as Ms. Pavlo said, down over the years, a lot of things happened, and the chamber always ran separately. It was back in my day advocacy and marketing, and then it's now advocacy for the businesses. The memberships back in the day were a lot higher than they are now. But the membership drive is the membership, and the membership of what the programs are. The Robson House was always separate. Robson House, the head lease is held by us, the municipality, or the group that society. And just for me, I would hate to see that if we can't help with this or they can't raise the money for something to happen, because in the end, if the chamber closed tomorrow morning, that becomes our asset. And I think we do need to help with this.
More comments from council or questions? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All there was reference to a heritage building grant. Are there other grants that potentially could be applied for? Perhaps provincially to help support the refurbishment of the Robson House?
We are in the process of researching those grants now. Again, we have done it over the years, but I think I'm not being dishonest when I say to you that we are overtaxed as a staff right now at the chamber office. And so I have literally not had the time. In order to save money, we've even done things like done away with a cleaner coming in. So you're looking at, what they call it, that head bottle wash, cook and cleaner. Yeah, that'd be me. So it's making it more complicated at this point to take that time. And this is our busiest time. Our year end is due to be, it's in audit process right now. And we'll be having our audit come through. So you'll be able to get some very clear and most up to date for the past year, especially. And so I can tell you that we have done everything we can to keep costs to a minimum. But again, it is a 100-year-old building, and though it was taken down pretty much to the studs, much of that building remains as it was. All of the interior wood, door frames, baseboards, doors, it's very much as it was, but in need of updating. And I see it as a time and a place where it's possible. I can tell you that visitors to our community see the stone on the outside that talk about how the building was meant to be demolished. And through a lot of effort and a lot of heart and soul, the building was saved and moved to its present location. And many times we have visitors who walk in. It is also a museum of sorts for the Robson family, but also for anyone who's had anything to do with the Hakone delegation. We have hosted in general many how do I even know the word I'm looking for? But we have looked for hosting opportunities. We've run Canada Day and trying to be a fundraiser over the years. We tried to run Jasper in January for fundraising over the years. So our membership has made it clear they want us working on advocacy, and that's our primary goal. However, we know and we understand that it takes money to run any operation. And so this is why they sometimes become intertwined. It's just the nature of the availability of human resources and physical resources.
Councillor Devoda.
I think you're trying to pull on my heartstrings with that Coney connection. But,
You're welcome.
yeah, I appreciate it. I have a little bit of understanding of what operating a 100-year-old building. I've worked in one for 13 years, and I know that part of the business plan that you need is capital replacement, and you have to plan for the next boiler and the next hot water heater, even though they're going to be way out. And I think that there are going to be other things too, because once you get those things fixed, other things break. It's just part of, owning that type of structure. So again, I think I would like to look at something a little bit more substantial as far as game plans go. When we went to the province looking for tools, we were asked, what are you doing yourselves to maximize your revenues, right? And it's not that I think what we have in front of us is insufficient, but I like to push people or businesses or agencies a little harder when we're getting the ask, because we're here making decisions on behalf of the community as a whole. I think that there's a lot of opportunity here for us. I know that we've been accused in the past of not being as supportive as we need to be to business community or business development, and some things are just kind of out of our control. And we do have a couple of agencies within our community that do advocate and help grow and develop business in our community. And I think there are other ways to support, and this is for structural enhancement or replacement, and that is the home of where one of our business development agencies operates out of. So I'm in favor of supporting this, but at the same time, it's like once we get everything in front of us, we're gonna have to weigh all of them out. So again, I really appreciate the ask and going forward, and I know it's difficult. It's really difficult. I've been there, so I'm going to really, for myself, because a big supporter of the business community in Jasper, will be, even though it seems like a small amount compared to other things, it's still close to my heart. So strongly consider it.
Thank you.
Councillor Demoted, I hear potential motion coming out of that. Are there any other comments or questions from council for Ms. Pavlov? Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All not for the presenters, but for administration. I have earlier requested a copy of the sublease that we have, and I think I got a nod from Director Reed, but I'd like to know that there's no objection from other councillors. And with that, I would also request confirmation of the zoning of the property. I think that it is zoned institutional, and that does make a difference on how it can be used and what we can expect of the Chamber of the Robson House Society in terms of what it can rent space for in there. So that was raised by Mrs. Pavlov. So if we could get confirmation of the zoning, I would appreciate that as well. And just speaking to priority-based budgeting and Councillor Calabaria's comment, one of the things that I am looking at, or will look at in that lease, is who is the ultimate owner of this property if the Chamber and the Robson House Historical Society can maintain it. And if it becomes a municipal asset, then where does that fit within our priorities? But we have to look at that similar to, say, the archives at the museum. If it's going to fall into municipal hands at some point, potentially, then that, I think, influences our decision.
Councillor Waxer.
Sorry, one other question. On the initial form that you filled out, it says the name of the group is the Jasper-Park Chamber of Commerce. Is it the Jasper-Park Chamber of Commerce that we would be writing a check to, or would it be the Robson House Historical Society?
Again, because of the way that this has been set up, it would be to the Robson House Historical Society, which may require an amendment then to our application. But because we are the umbrella organization that includes the Robson House Historical Society, I put it in that way, mostly because of the immediate association between both. So my apologies if that was incorrect.
No, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Councillor Demota?
I just want to make sure I'm not out to lunch. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. And I do pre-apologize if I call you Wall by accident, because I just keep looking at your name tag and W stands out. Through you, if I may, to administration, Ms. Malinchek, if I may, just for clarity, and maybe Ms. Pavlov knows the answer, but right now our membership payment is $2,100 for the year.
Deputy Mayor through the Councillor Demota, I just looked it up and the last one I seen was just over that, yes.
Okay, well, it seems kind of small. I don't know why, but maybe it's just because I had it in my head that we were contributing a lot more. But I do like where the mayor was going with his insight. Thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions from council or councillor going to make a motion?
That would put it on the floor, right?
Mayor Ireland.
I will move that committee receive the presentation from the Jasper-Park Chamber of Commerce for information, and that committee refer the $25,000 funding request to the 2024 budget discussions.
Was there any debate on the motion? I see no hands. I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Ms. Pavlov and Ms. Mills, for joining us today and your presentation. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 4.3, we have Marianne Garrett here from Habitat for the Arts.
Isn't it?
Morning, Mayor Ireland and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to detail what happens 2 floors above us and how your funding is applied to the engagement tool known as the Touch Factory. From January 2023 to the end of September 2023, the Habitat doors were open for 1,700 hours, welcoming just over 3,000 people into a safe space for arts programming. Okay. These community-driven programs, approximately 4 a month, are designed for all ages, all skill levels, and all mediums, and align with the strategic priorities of community health, relationships, environmental awareness, and organizational excellence. When considering community health, ITAD promotes and enhances creative opportunities for the spaces equipped for arts and artists. Throughout the year, events are designed for community to connect through music, theater, films, and programs. These are embraced by the residents and visitors to Jasper. We're committed to finding the best ways to serve the community with open houses, surveys, and one-on-one approaches to developing the community. With continued open door policy for finding creative expertise that other organizations might have, we've seen 2023 relationships expand inside and outside the JLCC. We believe in a horizontal approach to community development. The variety of programs and instructors we bring to the community speak to our desire to invest in quality. As required for quarterly reports, we seek input from our users and community at large. Survey, open house outreach. The survey told us that those that engage in Habitat are happy, but we could do better at outreach. The open house resulted into an in-depth look into what community art needs are, as our main engagement with council directed us to see. While the needs of an arts community can vary widely depending on size and location, we found common elements important. Page 15 and 16 of the report. For the third quarter, we realized that seeking input is productive sometimes, but to get the most information possible, we chose in the third quarter to physically go out and meet with partners, build relationships, and not wait for feedback. This is ongoing. For 14 years off and on, the municipality has supported Habitat community program. We look forward to 2024 and your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vera, for your report. Looks like you've had a very busy year. Looking for comments or questions from council. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Thank you, Ms. Cara, for your report. As always, I appreciated the detail and combining all of the quarterly reports recently submitted under whatever that policy is at 104, I think. One thing I would really like to thank you for, and it's not particularly relevant to your request, but I did appreciate your perspective on community conversations. And I will acknowledge personally that I would prefer we go back and look at that. You've indicated that I think 92% of those you surveyed would be more inclined to attend community conversations if they weren't held in the middle of the day. That's significant. And the other thing is the change that we made to go with life stages and rather than issues. And as I read your submission, it is a challenge from your perspective to get people to engage when their interest is in an issue, such as culture, to engage in life stage conversation. So it's an argument that we've had at this table previously, and I would certainly like to revisit it because I think for the sector of the community that you represent, it is important that we find another opportunity for people to engage with us and get views other than the life stage criteria that we now use. So I simply thank you for that. The other thing that I really thank you for is the material on page 29 and 30 of your submission. For council, it's page 46 and 47 of our 142 page agenda. You've made an attempt to allow us to figure out return on investment. And I confess that I don't necessarily understand how the graph works, and I'm going to invite you to explain it if you can. But I will start by saying it is significant that you've made the attempt to show us how a dollar that we invest is amplified over time with hits. That said, I'm not quite sure how I understand how $1 turns into $1,440. But if you can help explain that, I would be delighted.
I found through social enterprise in Edmonton, I found a market analytics tool that helps you with impression counting. It is
Turn on your mic. Thank you.
through the social enterprise people in Edmonton, I found a marketing analytics tool that helps you with impression counting. It's pre-formatted for your input. So I took Jane Bisbee to heart and I put my impressions into their form and it comes out with a total impression dollar value. How it works, that's beyond my scope of marketing analysis, but it's a really good tool. For the larger, it relates to the size of the event, it relates to how many people came to your event, it relates to you have to follow social media hits. You have to know how many people are following you on Instagram and Facebook. Newspaper ads it's about how much money you spent to get that across to the people that actually engaged with the event. It's really intuitive, but I'm not a marketing analyst.
Well, I do appreciate that. I confess it's not so much intuitive to me, but I can dig into it. But when I look at those numbers, an ROI of over 50,000 at one way of calculation is significant. And I really appreciate having that information because it helps guide council, I think, the important decisions that we have to make. What is the benefit of the money that we give? And so I appreciate you providing us with that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I also noticed and appreciate your conversation and your presentation about the community conversations. I'm curious, do you still attend conversations as an agency? That's a really good way to get your information out there. And have you considered hosting your own arts and culture community conversation once a month? Have you done that?
We've begun last month. We meet tomorrow morning again.
Awesome.
I didn't open the door to people to come in because I thought it was more poignant to hit on people to come. Do you know what I mean? Like, it didn't advertise that there's meetings as much as I called 32 different organizations in town that work with art and artists and said, tomorrow morning in Andromeda, I'm buying. So hopefully that's a lot of organizations. I hope the chamber was open. Chamber? No, just for tourism. There's several organizations that were coming to culture tomorrow morning. And it's only the second one.
Because if I would think if conversations in the middle of the day are hard for an arts and culture community, potentially you could host whatever time, put it out there. You might be surprised who attends. Find some new arts and culture community members that would come to your conversations. Great. Any other questions or comments from council? Councilor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I just wanted to pass on as well. I was impressed with the number of new connections, initiatives, and partnerships enhancing the offering at Habitat for the Arts. And in the area where you talked about community conversations, just above that, there was also engagement. You have had some success in building programs and partnering with other businesses here in the community. I wonder if you could just expand a little bit on which of those programs those were.
When we bring artists from out of town, like this weekend, we have to seek accommodation for them. We have to seek dinner for them and pay for the gasoline. So we've made partnerships with Whispers Inn. We've used the Astoria Hotel. We've Dick-Four Hotels is always open. The HI, the big hostel by the train station, is always open to suggestion. Dinner, as many places in town as we can not hit on the same restaurant all the time to get these people. And we don't ask for free meals. We ask for, less expensive meals. We pay for our hotel rooms. We just pay less than musicians. When musicians come from out of town, last year we had Barney Bental and Sherry Ulrich, and they all needed hotel rooms. That was the Whispers Inn. Again, came to the rescue there. Dinners were at Sorrells. Yeah. So we're trying to, make it a value to the community to have these people here.
Okay. Councillor Keller, MP, and I'll over to you there, Ireland, after.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Thank you, Marianne. I've noticed that your requested share is a lot lower than last year. Were you able to get more grants in for 2024? Since the year we won't talk about, we have seen a little bit of growth in our programming acceptance. So we are coasting on money that has been coming in from programming. We are coasting on the money that has come in from programming since 2022. And we don't see a need for the 25, 15 will get us through. I think it's going to continue to grow. That's great to see. So I have a question for administration. So would that be in the budget already for this year based on last year?
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Keller, what has been built in is the same as the library. So what was prior asked for, and then any additional over top and above that is additional too. So council will see
in the budget discussions, they'll see what was approved in 2024, how it was built into 2024, or sorry, what was approved in 2023, what was built into 2024, and what goes over and beyond the 2023 approved budget. So then you can see the impact of the approvals and how much increase in tax support it would be.
Great, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Much of what I was going to ask was just answered. For the 2023 numbers, it would have been the budgeted amount plus rent relief. And that same amount will now show up in the 2024 budget. My question then is just about semantics, so I am clear. You have requested $15,000 plus rent release. And I would tend to think in terms of rent relief, thinking that release might mean forgiveness of outstanding rent, but your request is for some funding and not to charge you ongoing rent for the coming year. That's what you mean by rent release.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments or questions from council? Councillor Dora?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I'm just very impressed by the level of detail, and I know that some of it, a lot of it was asked in the past so that we can make better decisions with regards to, again, our net tax envelope. So as far as business plans and having financial details, quite impressed. Still trying to make an understanding of the marketing now analytics, but I like it. It's interesting, and you know, it's hard to put intangible things into physical results. But I remember taking, like, in much humbler settings, Toastmasters through IATAT, and I think it benefited. Now now it's not showing, but I think that there's a lot of intangible things that linger and stay in the community with people that make use of a lot of the resources and programming upstairs. And we made a commitment when we built this thing that that was going to be part of it. So again, to me, it's a good ask. There's a lot of good background on it, a lot of good justification. So yeah, again, I thank you, Marianne. I'm quite impressed, and I appreciate the work that you put behind this, because I know it's not easy to get these financials in place, plus all the other detail describing what you do. So I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions for Ms. Guerra or administration? If there are no other questions, I'd be looking to a councillor or a mayor to make a motion. Councillor Demota.
Again, we got to spread the weight out, right, Ralph? Oh, sorry, Councillor Mellon. I move that we receive the presentation. I just want to make sure I got this right, from Habitat for the Arts.
IATAT Habitat.
IATAT Habitat for the Arts as information, and I move that we defer the request for $36,000 to the 2024 municipal budget deliberations.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Any debate on the motion? Mayor Ireland?
Might I prevail upon the mover to reword just what it is we're referring to budget discussions. Rather than $36,000, it's $15,000 plus rent release is the request, and there's a slight difference.
Right, okay, I will clarify for everyone in particular, because I know words matter. And as a friendly amender, are you recommending that we change the word release to relieve? Because it means two different things, okay. All right. So once again, if administration has the preamble, so the next part after receiving further information, defer the request for $15,000 plus rent release equaling approximately $36,000 to the 2024 municipal budget deliberation.
Is there any debate on the motion?
We're good.
I see no hands. I will call the question. All in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much, Ms. Sarah, for coming out today and your detailed presentation. Thank you for your time. Okay, agenda item 4.4, we have Shelby McLean here from the Alpine Summit. Councillor Millick.
Any chance for a 5-minute,
I was gonna do it after her, but
all right.
go now.
Okay.
I was gonna call it.
I'll be quick.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. I was going to call it a quick break after agenda item 4.4. Right, Ms. McLean, take it away.
Good morning. Thank you everyone for having me. So I come to you on behalf of the Alpine Summit Seniors Lodge, a lodge committed to supporting the seniors of our community who for years supported the community in themselves. We'd like to see our commitment move to creating an even safer environment. I think everyone around this table knows the challenges of the past couple of years. The Chetamon wildfire in particular really shone a light on our need for a generator to support the Alpine Summit seniors. We rely on power in our building for elevated needs of these vulnerable sector residents, including sometimes motorized beds, oxygen support, alarmed doors to monitor in and out of the building, as well as pager systems when they are in need of assistance. These wildfires were the first example, and then continued power outages in our community, as well as our neighboring communities, really highlighted our need to begin our fundraising efforts. So this presentation today is the beginning of that fundraising effort. So we are looking for support, not only from the municipality, but as well as our community partners, additional businesses, as well as applying for grants to reach us to our $160,000 goal to get a generator to support our lodge. Promised Mr. Melnick I would keep it quick. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. McLean. Are there any questions or comments from council for either administration or Shelby?
It's McLean Osborne now. The card.
Submitted form says Shelby McLean. So
Just sign the request. How's the full name? Anyway, I just like that. I'm happy for you guys. Sorry if I may. Yeah, I wanted to know, thank you, Ms. McLean Osborne. I wanted to know regionally, because Evergreens is regionally funded, with the other buildings that are in the region, are they all equipped with backup generation power? And
Yeah, sorry, the newer builds are. So for example, Pine Valley, which was just completed in the last couple of years, as well as Parkland Lodge in Edson. Proper generators were built into that plan. So they do have much larger capacity. And in Hinton, Pine Valley, for example, I was there on a tour of their facility just last week and was able to have a look at their generator that in the event of a power outage, they don't even notice in that building. It just changes over.
well, I'm wondering with, regionally here, or to make up the 160,000, are we going to other municipalities for the Jasper building itself? Like as to other councils and their budgets?
At this time, it is not being presented to other councils in their budgets. We're starting within our own town site and our own business community, but certainly could look to those opportunities. I know those other councils and municipalities have likely contributed to their own municipality during the construction phases of those lodges, but I couldn't speak to it specifically.
Well, I think where I'm going is just to get a better understanding of how the overall funding works, because when a building gets built in another community, we still collectively contribute to that. And this was kind of a short sight on the initial design. And, you know, if we've already collectively contributed to the new builds that have the generators, I'm just wondering if there's a better way to get that $160,000 from everybody else, and instead of, you know, piecemealing this all together and just have one collective input, just go to, you know, the board and just say, hey, like everybody's got to chip in for this, because we're talking about how we're going out for our seniors. And this was maybe a budget decision or just an overall design mishap, you know. So I'm just like, I wasn't there when all that was being discussed, and I think there might be a better route to this. Sorry, I didn't mean to take too much time.
Councillor Keller,
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All through you to Councillor Demoda. I did bring this to the Evergreen Board. Unfortunately, the bills that were built before the newer ones did not have the generators built in. There is no funding. Each community is up to ourselves to fundraise. Evergreen will take care of all the engineering specs. Evergreen will also be responsible for the maintenance and the operation of the generator once we raise the money, and then also put in the generator for once it's in place. There is other areas like Grand Cache and Parkland that also don't have generators, and they're also within their own communities. We're also looking at this. Our mandate through the government, I think we'd have to go back in order to get that funding, and it's just not readily available. So therefore, the residents' families approached me as their board members, and they were very concerned last year. And this is an Alpine Summit, community-led. They want this generator in place. They don't want to have to see their loved ones being moved out of the community. It was very traumatic for them. So there's a committee actually being formed. We'll be working on raising this money, but also I have a meeting set up with our MLA to see if there's any grant funding. So it's very much a community-led based community fundraiser.
thank you for clarification, Councillor Keller, MP. Councillor Demoda.
Well, I appreciate that, and you might have been short in your delivery and request, but we might not be. So I apologize, Mr. Mellon.
George Demoda.
The whole concept of, you know, this whole thing for me is we're all in it together. So if Grand Cache or Greenview or whomever, there are other Pine Grove, we don't have one there. So I'm just saying collectively, I know you're going to have a meeting of the MLA, but these are region or, you know, municipal buildings, but at the same time, like buildings in our municipality. But I think that, you know, we can work together a little bit stronger to get this overall thing, this issue rectified, because none of these buildings should be without backup generation. So I think that we can advocate at higher levels, and if you need our support, I can't speak for the rest of council, but we'll be meeting with our MLA next. Like, this is a major issue considering our area too.
Thank you for that. I have a question for you, Ms. McLean Osborne. I apologize for not using your last name, but it's written down 2 different ways. I know you said this is the beginning of your fundraising journey, right? Do you have interested parties, and do you have an end, a date in mind where you want to have this fundraising complete?
No, I think it's going to be once we can get the dollars to where we need to be. So ideally, it would be better before next fire season. But it is a lofty goal. So we are aware that it might take longer than that. So short term is definitely ideal. We do have other parties interested, as Councillor Keller MP alluded to. Many of the families of some of our current residents are very interested in contributing to this. As well as letters have gone out to different businesses of our community who've expressed interest as well. So we hope for some strong partnerships.
Thank you for that. For any other comments or questions for Ms. McQueen Osborne or administration, or a councillor maybe ready to make a motion, Councillor Demota.
Just a question, just about remortgaging and debenture, maybe taking out a debenture and just getting the thing built and then get the money later. You know, is that, I want to know how those conversations went. Like, are there other opportunities to just get this in the ground and have it running?
The conversation at board was about community-led fundraising was the way to go for that.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Paul. Thank you for the presentation, and I don't have questions, but just an observation more for council. I am really challenged by this request. The Evergreens Foundation is making the request, and it has requisition authority, and we have to respond. If we get a requisition as a member, then we are bound to respond. And I wonder what we would do if this was Jasper-Yellowhead School Division asking for money. They have requisition authority. They force parents to do fundraising for stuff that belongs in schools. Suppose they came to council and said, well, we don't requisition enough to satisfy needs, so we want a municipal contribution. And I see this as the same sort of challenge. And so I appreciate the response from Councillor Keller-MP, who is more familiar with the workings of Evergreens, but I struggle to see how a municipal council can start sponsoring an independent authority with requisition capability of its own. I really do struggle with how this becomes a voluntary donation by municipal taxpayers to somebody who can levy their own requisition. So I appreciate that is not your issue, and you're here, and I understand the request and the need for safety for local citizens. I get that, but I struggle with the principle of this order of government subsidizing another level of government which has its own requisition authority.
Councillor Demota.
Well, and I guess that's where I'm going. I'm grateful for your summation of that, your worship. We've contributed to the new builds. They all have backup power. The old ones don't. So I know it's going to sting, and this might not help, other people in the concept, but I'm just saying, get all the generators built and then requisition everybody for those, just like you would for a new building. And I'm not telling you that. I'm just saying that's the way to do it, because the whole concept of leaving people at risk doesn't make sense to me, because we've already recognized that there's an issue and the new builds have them. So I say retrofit it and just put out the requisition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Councillor Keller-MP.
I will take those concerns back to the board. I have a meeting on December 8th, and I will bring that to our staff.
Looking for any other comments or questions? Somebody willing to make a motion? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Hall. I do appreciate where the mayor and Councillor Demota are coming from. And yes, there is an opportunity for potential taxing authority. Although I do see also we have an opportunity here for additional funding, like raising money as opposed to tax money. There would be possibility for obtaining grants. Whereas if it was strictly tax money from Evergreen, that would mean that grant money would not be available. Is that how I would best interpret that?
I believe so, but I can't say.
You know. Well, that being said, I think, there is definitely a demonstrated need. And in order to have this move forward, I would make a motion that committee receive this presentation for information and that committee refer the $20,000 funding request to the 2024 budget discussions.
Thank you for that, Councillor Melnick. Is there any debate on the motion? Councillor Waxer?
Not so much debate, but the amount had a plus sign next to it. I wasn't sure if in fact the request was for 20,000 or if that was a set amount.
For clarity and simplicity in the matter, we can leave it at 20,000. We'd like to give us the whole 160. We can do that as well, but I will clarify to the 20,000.
Thank you for that. I will vote in favor of this motion. I am just a little bit follow up from what Mayor Ireland was saying. And is it up to the community of Jasper to be responsible for these vulnerable residents, or is it up to Evergreens to be responsible for their vulnerable residents? So I will vote in favor in this motion, but I do also struggle a bit with that. Councillor Demota and then Councillor Waxer.
I struggle as well, and even my concept might come at a higher ask if we're all contributing collectively, but we have members that if they can't get in here, municipal or Jasper residents go and stay somewhere else and vice versa. So again, we're all in it together. I am in favor of moving this forward for budget discussions. I'm hoping that by the time that we get there, somebody else will have a better is covered and get this thing done. But I'm fully in support of, making sure that people are safe.
Councillor Waxer.
I think I wanted to say pretty much what Councillor Demota said is I feel very passionate in that the residents of Alpine Summit have that benefit, but it does seem more appropriate for Evergreen Foundation to see this as a critical part of the infrastructure, just like heat and water, and that they requisition across accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. There is a motion on the table. Is there any other comments or debate on that motion? I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Ms. McQueen Osborne, for coming up today with your presentation. At this time, I'm going to call a 7-minute break and we will reconvene at 11:10.
Sorry.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome back from our break. We are moving on to agenda item 4.5, the Jasper Artist Guild. We have Russ Mann here to present to us. Welcome, Mr. Mann.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Hall, Mayor Ireland, and councillors. The Jasper Artist Guild is very appreciative of having the opportunity to present some concepts and ideas for budget consideration. Oh, I wanted to go down. Okay, good. Just a little bit of history for the Jasper Artist Guild in that we were incorporated May 15th of 2001, and 3 of the signatories that formed the corporation documents at that point are still active today. Initially, we got involved in vacant commercial spaces, restaurants, and the Jasper Museum. In 2003, we were very fortunate and opened the very popular brush fire gallery in the Jasper Fire Hall. Quite frankly, those were the halcyon days for the Guild. It was an iconic building. The economy was going well, big open doors, and lots of space. Traffic then was about 4 times of what it is today. In 2012, the brush fire gallery closed due to environmental issues. And with resiliency, our organization moved 7 more times until 2016. On June 23rd, 2016, the Jasper Art Gallery took residence in its current home. And on July 1st, we had our official opening. We're very grateful to have a permanent home and enjoy the benefits of current technology, light, display area, environmentally sound. To have a quick look at what the Artists Guild has been able to achieve since we last met a year ago. And I know it's scintillating news to say that we created a new mission statement, and we've been working on updating the bylaws. But the reality is that an organization like ours has to have a firm foundation in order to continue its operations in a current environment. But we've been also working to create a distinction between the Jasper Artists Guild and the Jasper Art Gallery. We've been building and working on community connections. Many of you may be aware of the Buzz exhibition, which invites artists from the community to participate in an exhibition in our gallery. These artists range in age from school-age children to senior citizens who want a spot to display and celebrate their art. We participated this year in the Jasper the Bear 75th birthday celebrations in partnership with the Jasper Chamber of Commerce. We participated in Alberta Culture Days with Habitat for the Arts. And we believe, and we're trying to create further outreach and connections into the community so that it's not a siloized operation, but an integrated operation when it comes to arts and culture in Jasper. We have a kiosk by the old fire hall, and we share it now with Habitat for the Arts, Tourism Jasper, and the Jasper-Yellowhead Museum. We believe in growing the arts community. This year, we had our first mentorship program, and a young artist has come through that. We have 5 new exhibiting artists as part of our membership. We're developing outreach programs where we can go back into the community. We've been involved in external venues, and I would just mention that some of our artists now have exhibitions in the Elk Village restaurant, and we've had exhibitions at Andromeda, among others. And 2 of our artists, as a result of our work in the community, have received corporate commissions to supply artwork to developing properties in our community. We received a grant from the Recovery Fund, and we're currently working on the installation of a state-of-the-art inventory management system and point-of-sale receiving and data management system. In all of those good news, we also had 2 disappointments. The first has been suffered by other organizations in Jasper in that we did not receive a Hire a Student Summer Grant. And when we did further research in it, we found that it was not unusual for cultural or arts-based organizations not to receive support from that federal program. The second one, and we mentioned last year that we were applying to the Canada Council to become a recognized organization. And we applied twice, and in both instances, we were refused for very specific reasons that I can discuss if you're interested in them. So what is the value of an art market in an organization such as ours? Well, we've begun to track more detailed information to help us understand how we can contribute to the Jasper experience and grow our ability to participate. As an example, Jasper Art Gallery is regularly visited by residents of communities within our province. These are some of those provinces. And we should note that this data is gathered from approximately 25% of the people that actually purchase art at the gallery. We have many others that come in and look and leave, but this data is from people that purchase. We're now represented in 7 of 10 provinces across Canada and 1 of 3 territories. Our work has been collected and enjoyed by our neighbors to the south, and we have on record since January 1st, 27 different states where our artwork now resides. International sales abound. And these are some of the countries where our artwork now lives on the walls of the participants. We have tracked the number of people that come through our gallery. This year, since January 1st, 4,201 people have come through our gallery. And the gallery and the guild are supported by volunteer hours. And this year, so far, we've contributed 1,633 hours of volunteer time to ensure that that gallery is up and operational, as well as the other things that have to happen for a not-for-profit organization to remain viable and connected to the community. Here is what we hope to achieve through 2024. Firstly, to complete the bylaw refresh, to review and refresh our guiding policies. In an operational sense, to grow our marketing presence, to increase the amount of traffic back to the Brushfire Gallery days, and open additional days a week. So our consideration is broken into 3 parts. We're asking for funds to hire a high season gallery attendant to complement our volunteers. We're estimating 28 hours a week. And you can see the hours that we anticipate in the months of June, July, August, and September, a total of 420 hours. And at the time, we estimated that we would have to hire them at a rate of $20 an hour. Now, it should be noted that we prepared and submitted this presentation prior to the release of the municipal living wage calculation, which suggested the wage of $24.90 might be more appropriate. We're asking, our current rent is approximately $1,600 a month. We're asking for a reduction of $600 a month to get to pre-COVID levels. And this consideration would amount to $7,200. We're asking for marketing support of $3,500. So the question is, how does this complement the municipality of Jasper's strategic priorities? Well, firstly, we believe that it fits into community health because it really promotes and enhances recreational and cultural opportunities for the residents and certainly for our artists. We recognize the fundamental importance of tourism industry to Jasper, and we are a contributing part to that. It fits into the area of relationships where the community welcomes the expertise, innovation, creativity, and commitment of community members, groups, and associations. We believe that we contribute to the Jasper experience. In advocacy, we strengthen our voices by partnering with those who share a common interest. You know, in closing, being part of a tourist community has an interesting perspective. When people are thinking in Peace River, Alberta, or Louisville, Kentucky, or London, England, when they think about planning their trip to the Rocky Mountains, they think about nature, they think about fresh air, they think about the animals. What they don't think about is the people. But when they come here, they experience the people in the hospitality industry that welcome them to their facilities, the people in the restaurants that serve them. They don't think about the dishwasher. but it's all integrated in terms of the overall presence that we have in creating an experience for Jasper. They don't think about the municipal employees that clean the streets and keep the grass cut. They don't think about the police force that ensures that they're safe. And they don't come to Jasper to say, guess what, we're going to go to the art gallery. But what happens is that some of them go to the art gallery, and some of them buy a piece of art, and some of them put that piece of art up on the wall in their home. And every day, when they walk by that piece of art, they think, if only for a moment, of that experience that they had in Jasper. And when they have a guest in their home, a guest might ask, that's kind of a cool picture, where'd that come from? And the guest then tells the story of their Jasper experience. That includes the people, as well as the natural beauty that we have in the animals. We believe as an organization that we are an unexpected and positive contributor to people's Jasper experience. And what we're asking for is your support and help to help us participate to a greater level to help create a larger Jasper experience. Really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann, for your presentation and taking the time to come today. Councillor Demota has his hand ready to go.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, and it's nice to see you again, Mr. Mann. I was happy to see you here today. You made reference to some of the artwork going abroad, and you were making reference to things that get hung on the wall, but there are a lot of things that don't get hung on the wall, like people that sculpt things.
That is absolutely true, and they hang on people's, or could be on people's mantelpieces.
That's right.
I was fortunate enough to sell a piece to a lady from Texas, so that my little carving sits in her home somewhere, and I'm sure it creates, at least I hope it creates some interest.
It's great. You're an active artist. You're retired from your past professional life.
That's correct.
I'm not trying to expose you because I think the Jasper Artist Guild is very lucky to have you there, and I know you're a big part of the presentation today. And again, appreciate the detail and the detailed asks. Do you have any experience in sales? Because that was a good sales pitch.
A little bit, but it's more about passion. You know, it's interesting. I was born in Jasper, and I had the privilege of living here for nearly a decade before our parents moved away. And I didn't get a vote on that decision. But somehow or other, and maybe you understand why, but Jasper feels like home, even though we lived in other places. You know, I go by the place where my grandmother lived, and there's stories, there's thoughts, there's memories that come from that. And prior to being a member of the Jasper Artist Guild, I visited the Brushfire Gallery, and we bought art from 3 different times from there. So because it represents a memory and an idea and a feeling and a concept, and that creates a passion, and that's where my story comes from. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly-Granby.
Thank you for the presentation. It was excellent. I'm curious, how many artists are belong to the Artist Guild?
Right, today there are 28.
And when the artists sell their art, does a part of that commission go back to the Artist Guild?
Yes, it does. Currently, there's a 2-tier system. Because we're a volunteer organization, we require our membership to contribute a minimum of 8 hours a month. If they contribute 8 hours a month, the artist makes 70% of their price that they set on their artwork. If they don't make it, it's 50%. The 50% mark is traditionally what professional galleries share of prices to our artists. So that's where those numbers come from. When it comes to art cards, the guild purchases the cards from the artist and then resells them. So we may have an inventory for some period of time or not, depending on what the public's desire is in purchasing.
Thank you for that.
I have a quick question for you, Mr. Mann. You're looking for 8,400 for staff for the high season. And this is a new position. You haven't had staff before, I'm assuming, based on the presentation.
Several years ago, we actually received, in fact, a number of years, we actually received summer student grants. And as a result of that, we were able to hire people. Through the COVID era and in suffering through the fires like everybody else had, we haven't been able to do that. And we've been able to keep our doors open 3 days a week through volunteer effort. But we really believe that we need to open more, and so we're asking for that staffing. Certainly, we're going to try again just summer student grants, but the track record with arts and cultural organizations is not strong. So that's why we're making that ask.
And so now, are these artist volunteer hours, is that what they're going for, is being in the studio on the floor, what an employee would do essentially, or what are each artist contributes 8 hours a month, what are they?
A minimum of.
A minimum? And what, and if they contribute more, do they get, it's just out of the goodness of their hearts? Okay.
As an example, one of our original signatories, a gentleman by the name of Greg Deagle, contributes probably 40 to 50 hours a month because that's who he is and that's how passionate he is about the gallery. So, some of that is community liaison stuff. Some of that is background work, making sure that everything is functional and working the way it ought to be working.
Thank you. Councillor Demoda, no one else has anything this time? Go ahead.
I can wait.
Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, and thank you, Councillor Demoda. One thing that would help me in ongoing deliberations, assuming that this matter will get referred to budget discussions, is information about your current financial state. I mean, the presentation is solid, but it doesn't include any financial information. And of course, none of these deliberations happen in a vacuum. We do look at priorities and the ability of groups that apply for funding to self-fund to an extent. And so I just invite you, perhaps before we get to the end of budget deliberations, to make available to us financial information from the Jasper Artist Guild if you can.
Yes, we can do that. We can provide last year's financial statements. From memory, our total revenue was approximately $54,000. Our total expenditures were approximately $56,000 or so. So we had a minor deficit last year of about $3,000. We believe that was due in part to the fire season, and that the two experiences that we had an impact on our gallery as well as other businesses in Jasper, I'm certain. But we also experienced the gas leak immediately behind the cultural center that shut us down for several weeks before we were able to do that. Also, those that have certainly gone before our present board was wise enough to establish a reserve fund. It's minimal. It's about 10% of our operating budget. And, we rely on that when it comes to contingencies such as fires or power losses or gas leaks and things along that line. But we'll supply the complete financials for you.
Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, and thank you, Mr. Mann, for the excellent presentation. Last year, we had funded the Jasper Artist Guild in the amount of $66.50. Was that rent reduction, or was that, I'm seeming to remember some lighting that was installed, and I can't remember which of the two it was.
That was really for internal, not rent reduction at all. It was for strictly upgrading the facility that we're in. For instance, making sure that the lighting is appropriate for the displays of the art, shelving, display materials, and things along that line. A lot of it has been completed. The balance of it will be completed before the end of November. The gallery is currently closed throughout the duration of November to allow us to do these things, as well as the installation of the new point of sale and inventory management system.
Councilor DeWolf?
Just give answers. Councilor Melnick's, one of his original backgrounds before hospitality was accounting. So I'm always relying on him to come up with historical data, which is good. Yeah, I like it when accountants speak with each other. I learned lots. So I have a question on relationship with Tourism Jasper through you, Deputy Mayor Hall, to Mr. Mack. Does JAG contribute to Tourism Jasper through sales?
No, we are just in the process of joining Tourism Jasper and as a member, and that is a fixed fee that we'll be paying them. I assume starting December or January 1st, depending on how the handshake goes. We're also involved in with Jordan Tucker's event management organization. So what we're really trying to do is to reach out, in part learn, but in part participate with what these organizations are doing. With Tourism Jasper, as a new organization to them, is that they're learning about us as well as we're learning about what they do and how we can be supportive of each other to our mutual advantage. So that's how that works. And that's part of the long range plan in terms of marketing growth, is being part of Tourism Jasper, being part of events management. We have right now a group that are taking a look and trying to identify all of the things that happen in Jasper, like the Festival of Trees and Dark Night Festival and all of that, to see where it might be appropriate for us to be part of it in some way. Quite frankly, some of them won't be appropriate, but a number of them might be. And it's a matter of saying, how does that work? What does the relationship work like? How can we support them and in return being supported by them to make the overall community more inclusive and create a stronger Jasper experience?
Thank you. I think one of the reasons I was going there was for similar reasons that the mayor expressed and having some financials in front of us. I was thinking about making a motion, but breaking it down in a similar fashion to what the mayor recommended on one for IATA, just addressing the breakdown really between the 8,400, the 7,200, and the 3,500. So I think that, from my perspective, if you're going to have a relationship with Tourism Jasper, you might be able to leverage a little bit more out of that relationship and not have to rely on an ask from council that way. I'm just looking at it from sheer numbers and the ask, because this is going to be incorporated into broader discussions, and I'd hate to see something like that get lost. So I think there's an opportunity there, that way. So I might encourage you to have some discussions with them and see what's available once you get into that official relationship, because I think that you can probably leverage whatever contribution to marketing support, because those guys are the experts and they're good at what they do.
Yeah, I agree, and that's part of the plan. But it's any time that you develop a new relationship, you don't necessarily understand all of the nuances. When we completed the pro forma to become associated with their organization, one of the questions that they asked is do you want to sit down and talk to our staff about the kinds of things we do and how we can be mutually supportive? And we answered with a great big yes, and that will be forthcoming in the next, I would assume, month or so, in terms of what do they need from us to help promote our gallery to the broader community, and then what can we do to be supportive of them as they roll their program out throughout the course of the year.
Councilor Waxer?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. My question is regarding the rent reduction. I have clarity about the high season staff and the marketing, but if I wasn't aware that the rent had increased, so I was wondering why the request for a rent reduction in 2024.
Well, there's two answers to that. And the first one is, having at one time or another sat on the other side of the table, I appreciate that there's two elements to requests that impact budget. One of them is allocation of hard dollars of budget, of which two elements are. And the third one is rent reduction, which is kind of a funny thing. Yes, it overall means less revenue for the municipality, but by the same token, it's not allocation of hard dollars from the budget. So that's certainly played into it. But what we wanted to do with rent reduction is several things. One is to continue to have some degree of contingency, because we really don't know what the season in 2024 might look like. If it happens that we suffer more fires, heaven forbid, or gas leaks or things that impair the ability of tourists to come to Jasper, we still have costs every month, no matter what. So part of it is a contingency against that. The second part is that we're on the threshold of developing some outreach programs, and council generously is giving an economic grant for us to help that. We see that grant to develop as part of a pilot project to see how the community might react to arts education as well as learning about arts. If it's as successful as we believe it will be, then we will open the door to other programs throughout the course of the year, specifically for people resident in Jasper. But we also think that there may be some other opportunities as well around staff hiring. Hiring staff in Jasper, as we all know, is not easy at this point in time. So we may have to have some other thoughts and avenues about how we keep our doors open. We would like to have them 6 days a week. So it's a bit of an element. There's also one other thing too, is that as we're developing relationships, particularly with Mr. Tucker's organization, is that if we create more events, there is some economic consideration to that. And quite frankly, we don't know what that is at the moment. We don't know whether we'll be just participating in one. For instance, we're in discussions right now in Jasper in January, and that will have some implication, but there's other events that happen through the course of the year that has other financial implications, but we don't quite understand it at this point. We will know more as we continue our conversations and negotiations with his organization.
Are there additional comments or questions for Mr. Mann or administration from Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I hesitate to do this, but you used a phrase and made a comment during your presentation that I wish to address, and I don't mean to either question you or challenge you, but to invite you and potentially others in the community to use a degree of care and nuance when referencing the Alberta Living Wage Network calculation of a living wage in our community. Because that number does not say that that is the wage. A living wage is a composite of a number of factors, including, of course, actual wage, but it is also impacted by various benefits that an employee might receive. So a housing allowance, for example, or numerous other benefits. So it is a bit of a false equivalency to assume that living wage means everybody needs to make that actual wage. And I appreciate that this is new stuff for our community, but it is quite nuanced, and I just invite people to try and understand what it means and how a living wage might impact the actual wage that somebody gets. So a transit pass, for example, is a real benefit to people, and that impacts the living wage and what they would otherwise receive in actual wages. So you made the comment suggesting that you were low on your hourly amount. It's arguable. I don't know whether that is the case or not. And I do note that 28 hours per week, it seems to be part-time work. So I presume that that person is also able to have other employment, which would augment their income and might take them to or above a living wage. So I just throw that out more as information for the community as we settle into understanding just what that Alberta Living Wage Network calculation actually means.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. The only reason that we really mentioned it is coming to a realization from our part that in the hiring process, we may in fact have to go beyond what we anticipated at $20. That's all it was meant to do, you know.
Thank you for that. Councillor Demota.
Hard questions, and I'm remiss for not asking these earlier because we used to ask the hard questions. What happens if you don't get the money? Right, what are you gonna do? And we used to ask that question. I'm not gonna do that now because we didn't do that for everybody else. So it's all about, keeping things even. And I'm in support of moving this to budget discussion. So I don't want to take advantage of or the airtime if someone wants to make a motion, but I'm prepared if
There are any more questions or comments from council or mayor? Absolutely, Councillor Demota, you can make the motion.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Hall. I move that council or committee, receive the Jasper Artist Guild's presentation for information, and that is it refer or defer? Refer. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I don't have that right now. She just said that, thank you. I apologize. And that committee refer the $8,400 request for gallery attendant, the $7,200 rent reduction request, and the $3,500 marketing support funding request in total of $19,100 to the 2024 budget discussions.
There is a motion on the table. Is there any debate on that motion? I see no hands. I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland.
If I understood the motion, it was to refer those requests to the budget, which is fine. But I think we are remiss if we don't have a motion that committee receive the presentation from Jasper Artist Guild for information.
That was the first part of the motion.
Did you make that?
I combined both of them and then I got interrupted. I just don't like fitting in, like I'm a round peg. I don't like square holes. Sorry, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mann, for your presentation today and taking the time to come to council.
You're welcome. Your time is very much appreciated.
Next up, agenda item 4.6, we have Logan Ireland here from UpLift Jasper Mural Festival. I think at this time, I will let the other gallery attendants know that we will most likely be taking a lunch break after Mr. Ireland. I'm looking to my council colleagues. I think that would be an appropriate time to do that. Any objection from the table? So those that are waiting, we will most likely see you back after lunch. Just wanted to warn you, you're more than welcome to sit through. You'll find out exactly when we're breaking, but just so you guys know. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Just before we begin this presentation, I will, as I have on every previous occasion, declare a conflict of interest, and I will leave the meeting now and I presume then join you after lunch.
We will let you know when we break for lunch and when we're it's to be back.
I may have to go at 12, so just let me know that.
Okay, so Logan Ireland is here from UpLift Jasper Mural Festival. We look forward to your presentation. You're in.
Thank you. Hello, councilors and administration and guests. Thank you very much for being here, for having us. UpLift Jasper Mural Festival is grateful and excited to speak with you today in regards to continuing our partnership and our collaborative efforts to uplift the community of Jasper. In 2023, the support from the municipality of Jasper in the form of $25,000 in cash sponsorship and further support in kind led to the creation of a world-class Ola Volo mural at the Jasper Activity Center wall, adorning the side of our tennis courts. And it also led to a pretty amazing party there, wherein a bunch of our local kids spray painted until they were basically ripped away from the wall. So that was super cool. The impact of this mural, excuse me, on our community is already profound, and one can only wonder at the future. How will having a direct relationship and countless experiences with a prominent Canadian female artist and her work impact the children of our town who... Oh, is that how that works? Yeah, basically I'm just reading through the letter and then we'll do questions after that. Thanks, Emma. Yes, the children of our town who play outside a mural by Ola Volo is the backdrop to their recess. How will a budding local artist feel knowing that her town supports and encourages public art? How will the increase in tourism in our town due to a new anchor product impact our restaurants, our hotels, businesses, and the very quality of life in Jasper? All this and more remains to be seen. We feel the writing is on the wall. We thank you immensely for your support in 2022 and 2023. Municipality were in many ways the heroes of the last mural festival, allowing us to land Ola Volo and put on another festival to the quality that a town like this deserves. You've done a great thing for your community. Please consider supporting your local mural festival again in 2024 so that this sapling that we have all watered can continue to grow into a tree that sustains life for us all. We are asking for another $25,000 support from the municipality of Jasper in hopes that we can work together to find an artist that matches your visions and goals and a wall space that will be another great canvas for the community to celebrate. On behalf of the community of Jasper and all those who stand to benefit from the continuation of UpLift Jasper, we thank you and we ask you again for your support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ireland. The writing is on the wall. Did that one, how long did you have that one sitting waiting? That's great.
Yeah, it's been in the chamber.
Just before we go to questions, I have a very quick question for Director Malinchuk. Because we approved this mid-year last year, will this still be in the base budget? I know it says it was approved. I just want to clarify that for myself and listeners. Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. Sorry about the lag of technology. Yes, so very good question. It actually was approved post-budget approval
for the 2023 year. So therefore, it was not built into the base that you'll see in the coming weeks.
Thank you very much for that. I am looking to council for questions, comments for either Mr. Ireland or administration. Councillor Demota.
I am pausing to see if other people put their hands up first. I am. Right. Writings on the wall, comedies in the hall. I do like adding some levity to our conversations, and I apologize if I got a little rowdy the last time around, but refer defer gets confused with relegation and delegation in my mind. I appreciate our delegation today. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the future of UpLift Jasper will be like, and through you, Deputy Mayor Hall, to Mr. Ireland. Since the exposure that we've had from the 2023 exhibitions, how do you feel our exposure on the map and in this realm with these artists has grown?
Great question, Councillor Demota. Thank you for that. Our exposure with the artist community has gone global, I would say. We get requests in the form of emails, people reaching out from around the world to come and be a part of our festival. And a lot of that is due to the quality of artists that we've been able to acquire throughout the past 2 years with Fluke. And basically, I could name all 7 artists and they all fit the bill. And so word has grown, not only about this mural festival that's happening here, but about the quality of the town that hosts the people. So this year we had the Jasper Inn sponsor us and put up all of the artists and their teams for 3 weeks. And we had local people come out to the parties and watch them paint and bring them ice cream cones. And as we know, Jasper is truly a world-class destination for hosting people. And that has helped us make a very good impression on these artists, which has made it definitely across the world. To further expand on that, I think there may have been an inkling of a question of how much have we grown in terms of just general knowledge outside of the artist world. We definitely have seen that UpLift has people are aware of UpLift. I would say also much more regionally, but it's expanding. We see it on Instagram. We hear people talking about it. Our goal in the coming year is to try to quantify that and figure out exactly how many people are interacting with our town and coming and visiting to our town directly as a result of UpLift. So that's the tourism factor, the heads and beds that we're really trying to nail down. Right now we have kind of a loose idea, and we are confident that it's happening year round and specifically at the festival. And we're going to work with Tourism Jasper and the Hotel Association and whoever else we can to try to put a hard number to that in the coming years.
I guess where I was going with that as a follow-up, and I'm not looking for any names, but are there some exciting inquiries in the hopper, so to speak?
Yes, absolutely. There are. I sent the presentation has so many high quality photos that we had to shrink it down. But I did send a package to Emma that said artist spotlight, and she may have forwarded that on to you. I wanted to showcase in that particularly, there's 2 artists whom we've been speaking with who we're very excited about. One's name is Birdo, and he's a Canadian artist from Toronto. Well, from Saskatchewan, actually, living in Toronto. Very high profile name, kind of an Olivolo-esque, and he paints mostly nature paintings, very large. He paints with a bird mask. It's kind of like his gimmick, like he has a secret identity. And he does nature style, fantastic art. And he's very excited to come here and be a part of the festival. And we would love to have him. And another group that we're very interested in getting is called Zebu. They're an artist duo from Berlin. So that would be our first artist duo and also our first international group. And they do a geometric style of art. So last year, we actually tried to get them to do a mural on the side of the elementary school on Geeky Street. And the elementary school had some challenges acquiring funding and approvals, so that didn't happen. But we're hopeful that in a future year, they come to our town and bring their talents with them. Adding on to that, we have a commitment each year to get and represent, to get an Indigenous artist to represent their community and tell their story. So we will certainly be acquiring an Indigenous artist. It remains to be seen who that will be. We'll sort through the artists, and we'll have a jury this year going through the applications and quantifying them and making sure that all the artists who apply have done previous mural work and can produce a mural to the quality that our town would expect. And then as well, a local artist. So someone in the community will be given a chance as well.
Councillor Waxer.
My question was, I wasn't clear if you were asking for the 25,000 and a wall, or and if you were looking for a wall, my question was to administration, is there a wall being considered?
Great, great question. Thank you, Councillor Waxer. We would love to do another wall with the municipality. We felt that was a superb collaboration. There have not been walls specifically identified that we've spoken to administration about. However, there are some on our list. For example, there's a wall that is of the same material and construction as the tennis court wall on the same building, just adjacent to where the stage is. That wall was actually identified by Christopher Reed in the first year of UpLift, and we did not find an artist that was suitable for that material. So that's a high one on the list. And then also on this artist spotlight, just something I wanted to put into everyone's mind. Both of those artists I mentioned, Berto and Zebu, and also Fluke, have done large scale murals on other surfaces like tennis courts and basketball courts. So if the municipality ever feels like, you'd like to expand your ideology on where a mural could go, we'd be open to that too, because there's been some pretty cool projects happening on things other than walls, basically on horizontal surfaces, as opposed to on vertical ones. But there are lots of walls remaining, and we'd be happy to work with administration to find the right fit.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Have you had much success with walls on private buildings for the upcoming year?
We've had interest, certainly. We don't have any walls confirmed yet, and that'll definitely be a challenge, is getting the funding and the walls. It makes it hard to nail down artists because we can't commit to them. So that's why this relationship with council is really so crucial. Because it'll allow us to start making some moves and locking down some walls. There are definitely walls available, and many building owners have given either soft or hard approval in previous years to use walls. However, the sponsoring of those walls is definitely more ambiguous and less concrete. So we have canvases available, and the funding is the next step. Thank you for that question, Councillor Melnick.
Thanks for that. And similar to other organizations, there was not a specific financial statement attached. I guess the question being, did you work through last year and come out with a surplus or come out with a deficit? Were you shortfall in money when you take a look at the cash and also gift in kind? And is there carryover funds from last year to go into this year?
We were short last year. Thankfully, in our first year, we had lots of support, and we were able to qualify for a tourism relief fund reimbursement from the government. So in the first year, we hit our mark. And then in the second year, we had to be a little bit creative to ensure that all the artists were paid and all all the hardworking people that were involved were compensated. And we definitely fell short. We are optimistic that going forward, we will qualify for more grants. Most of these government grants have a kind of a 2-year waiting window because they want you to show proof of concept. So in the first couple of years, it was we weren't able to qualify or even apply for a lot of grants. Going forward, we are optimistic that we'll be able to access more of those funds and support from people like the municipality and other anchor sponsors like Tourism Jasper. That money can be doubled. Often the grant works like if you have 25,000 from the Muni, you can get 25,000 from us. So hope that answers your question, Councilman.
No, it does, and just, I guess there's a combination of both provincial and federal grants available for the production of this art.
There are, yes, and we've been working with working to get a grant writer on staff to be tackling these challenges year round.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I have a question actually regarding mural tours. I'm reading in this report. You do them, is it a summer thing or how often or?
Yeah, we did them as sort of a pilot project at the end of summer to try it out and see the kind of engagement we got. And it went very well. The people that attended the tours got more immersed in the community. They got, verbal recognition of who the sponsors are. And we feel it's a great way to first introduce the Mural Festival to travelers to our town. So imagine a scenario where a family from Edmonton comes to town in August and they take a mural tour. They're that much more likely to come back in May when the primary event is happening. And it's also a great way for us to show off our sponsors. We bring them to the Jasper Pizza Place and the Jasper Brewing Company and Andromeda Coffee. We bring them right to the tennis courts and we get to talk all about the municipality and the people that are really to thank for making this whole thing happen. So next year, we're going to lean into the tours more and offer them throughout the festival, going around to the live painting, and then throughout the whole summer. We'll put a serious marketing effort into making that happen, and hopefully that generates some revenue as well.
That's great. It'd be another way for a non-resident to feel connected to the community as well. Councillor Boxer.
I am ready to make a motion if all questions are done. I would make a motion that committee receive the UpLift presentation for information and that committee refer the $25,000 funding request to the 2024 budget discussions.
Thank you for the motion. There's a motion on the table. Is there any debate on the motion? I see no hands. I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ireland, for your time today and coming to council.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
It is now 12:07. I'm going to call a lunch break. We'll reconvene at 1:10. 1:10. Welcome back from lunch. We are pulled up and ready for an afternoon of requests. We have item agenda 4.7 up next, which is the Jasper Skatepark Committee. Joining us today is Mr. Daryl Savage for the presentation.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
For the red light at the top.
Oh, there we go.
Don't be scared of me.
Sure. Hi there. I'm back. So we're coming back here for the budget. Just wanted to go through a few things here, show you guys kind of where we're at right now. There's a nice picture of what we're aiming for our future skate park and what we should be able to accomplish. So this is just a quick budget overview. and kind of explain the shortfall. So right now we have with the municipality our accounts at 89,781. And that includes some of our donations that we have received so far. And then further down here, we have the $300,000, the pledge from the municipality from 2021, from the motion in 2021 when we came and met. And then we have another 155,000 in our bank account, Skatepark committee. That's with the CPEP small grant and other donors, fundraisers, etc. So our total funds currently are 887,024. Now I will mention, if you look at the bottom there's an outstanding invoice for Centennial redesign. So I actually went ahead and paid for that. There was a little confusion because it just kind of got amalgamated into the cost of the skate park, because originally we didn't know if we were paying that or the municipality was going to cover that. But that was because we switched the location for the skate park halfway through our process here. So then also we have pending donations. So this one has an asterisk. Decor Hotel, off the record, we're saying they were going to donate 10K. So we're just waiting on that. I don't want to get too excited about that, but the Railroads and Community one will be coming in soon. So that's 13,200. So that brings us up to 900,224.97. So our total project cost is 1,058,000. And so that's before tax, but we should be able to figure that out. So we'll go that for our total project cost. So our shortfall ends up being about 170,775. So we'll just say 170,000 is our current shortfall, 170,000. So this is just an overview picture of what our park will look like, and what we're looking for. So part of the reason why I show this is I just want to show what the total project can look like with our contract that we've done with New Line. There is options, obviously, we can take away some of the features in order to fit our budget. So this segues into what our plight is and our current path forward. So because we're 170,000 short of building the skate park design that our committee and the town have come with, like our local community, and New Line collectively came up with, there's some concerns to consider. Avoiding the reduction in scope due to the shortfall will in turn reduce the play value for a permanent facility that will serve our community for over 40 years. And this is why, as advocates for the skate park community and skate park users and our community in general, we want to make sure we can narrow this and get it to zero if possible. Which we think is very possible. In-kind donations are going to play a huge role in this. For example, lodging for employees fully donated could potentially knock off approximately 90,000 in costs. That was one figure that New Line gave to us. We're going to get the full breakdown here soon of all that, but that is a big part of it. The municipality has agreed to take part in the site prep already, which will most likely shave about 60,000 off the total project. So we're already looking at getting some funds shaved off that 170. We are currently waiting on 2 potential grants. I did a CNRL one for 25K, and then there was an ABC Alberta Blue Cross built together for 50,000. The Alberta Blue Cross one we will find out in I think by the end of this month here. December. We'll know before the new year anyway, about that one. And I've been applying for that one for a while now, so hopefully that comes through. And then the CNRL one, if I don't get successful on this one, I'll probably look into applying again. If we raise more than our goal, the remainder will go towards benches, water fountain, landscaping, etc. All the extra stuff, because we didn't factor that into this cost. Our whole plan was to as we wanted to make sure we get the best park that will last longest. So our whole plan was to put all the money towards the concrete superstructure of the park, and then we figure out the other parts later in order, we can do what's called volunteering and stuff to do the landscape, like place rocks or whatever. Like we'll be able to get that together after. But the most important part with the volatility of the economy and the cost of concrete and everything in our eyes was to make sure that we could get all the concrete and metalworks, everything that is the actual skate park done. There was even things like the concrete coloring which we didn't include in this budget because obviously that's kind of more aesthetic, but we would like to, that would be probably our first extracurricular to add on there would be the coloring of the concrete, because I think we've been talking with Chris Reed and John Greathead, and we're all in, and also our whole committee, we're all in agreement that we want to make sure it has a good aesthetic to it. So we go on here. So this is just, I'm just going to quickly outline some of the alignments with the strategic priorities that the council has. So relationships, so community support this project over the years is undeniable evidence of a great interest within the community to build this park. So it's been a good opportunity so far already to be communicating and engaging with the residents for the municipality and the council. And also our municipality and our community working together is also a great example of municipality welcoming creative innovation and expertise of the community members and association. And that's kind of something that we've always built upon, and with our mission was to be a special interest group for skate parks. Because what happens a lot of times when municipalities do this without the expertise and the input of a group that is interested in it, sometimes the play value and the lasting appeal of the skate park gets compromised, because if you have a group that knows obviously what skateboarders are looking for, you're going to get a good product, which is what you want for going ahead being a tourist community. We want to have people come here specifically to skateboard, and to maybe we'll have events or whatever would come with that. So environment, encouraging and promoting use of active low impact transportation means, skateboards, etc., are all fit that bill. Skate park would survive and not contribute to a forest fire, which is a good thing. So your investment is safe. Design of the skate park will showcase the uniqueness of Jasper through natural, aesthetic, and functional features such as native landscaping and design features relevant to Jasper National Park. Specifically, I'm mentioning the dry creek bed water runoff feature. If you look down the middle, we're trying to make like a kind of like a creek bed that goes under, so the water would purify and drain through there. Then we go down. Organizational excellence, partnership with the municipality is allowing time for employees to learn and develop new skills that will aid in future projects, daily operations. So some of the site prep work is going to definitely give some experience to the employees of the town to be able to learn how to use the machines, and just other logistics that go on with it. Advocacy, we feel that this project aligns with many of the interests and goals of this council and is a good opportunity to represent this council's values. Partnership and strong support of the municipality throughout this process has been a great opportunity to advocate for community members and skate park advocates. A new skate park will be an integral step toward a goal of resort municipality status, providing an essential amenity for a resort community. If you look at all these resort communities, Nelson, Whistler's, Banff, etc., Revelstoke, they're all building these skate parks because it is part of being a resort community. And I've outlined in a few of the grants, and I don't know if it's a huge major point of the town, but I've looked at, when towns are looking for people to come and work, like for these service industry jobs, it's actually extremely helpful at things like skate parks, because it's one of those deciding factors that people would decide when they're like, well, I'm going to go to this place or that place, when you're competing to be a community that's bringing in workers that are the backbone of your service industry economy. So I feel like it does add a good, it's a real good thing to advocate for, as well as I mentioned before about how in our society now with all the phones and stuff, like everybody goes for instant gratification, whereas things like skate park sports really work on getting that delayed gratification. So you have to work hard to learn the trick and to grow and learn. So it teaches you that discipline, and it's a good place for all sorts, any age of people, but really especially the youth demographic, to increase their ability to work hard and then get that gratification. And so it's a really healthy thing, not just for physical, but also your mind. And it also builds the community, and it also creates the social networking, and it can be used on social media as well with making videos and stuff. So creativity, everything, obviously you guys know all this stuff. But yeah, I just wanted to mention all that. And I wanted to thank you so much for all your time and your consideration. And a quick note, the 170,000 number will probably be knocked significantly down, we're hoping. And I'm already talking with 2 different hotel chains right now to try to get in-kind donations. So we're working on that already, and there's definite interest. So I feel like that's going to eventually be coming to fruition. We're just waiting for some more information from our contractor about timelines and when those rooms would be needed before we start moving with that. But yeah, that's about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Savage, and thank you very much for your time. We've been at this a long time, many years. Can you remind me how long when this Jasper Skatepark committee first founded?
Oh yeah, sure. So we started November 14th, 2014. Like unofficially, it was just a meeting that was going on from teams in the COS building, and so I just joined along, me and my wife, and we went through the meeting and found there was an interest in youth in town at the time, and so we just kind of built from there. And then 2016 got the land and the society status from Alberta. So it's been, I'd say, almost 10 years now, 9 years, I guess.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you to council colleagues, Mayor, for any questions or comments. Mayor Ireland.
Sure, I will begin. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Mr. Savage, I join with Deputy Mayor in thanking you for your persistence on this. It's a great show of community support all by itself. So thank you for that. I am struggling a little bit with your budget overview and shortfall. So if you have that slide before you. Firstly, the top line item, $89,781 in the Jasper Skatepark Committee account with the municipality. What is that, and where did those funds originate?
Okay, so how that works is some of the donors, we're trying to allow them to get a tax receipt. So we are a society under the Alberta Societies Act, but we cannot offer the tax receipt for the donors. So our way to work around that was to go through the municipality. So that's just a separate account that we have, but that's all money that we earmarked for the skate park and donations from different people or different groups.
So private donations.
Exactly, yeah.
And then the next line item on the left-hand side is $341,000. Sort of opposite that, but a line below, you have 2 anonymous foundations, 200,000, CHCI grant of 91,000, and the Jasper Volunteer Fire Brigade 50,000. So that's about $341,000. So I presume that that's that money. What about the line above, the 3 donations of $75,000 each? Where do those fit in the math?
So those ones, it's kind of confusing maybe how I wrote this, but if you look at the brackets, so it's just explaining what is constituted in the 89,000 above it. But it's kind of like an estimate with the CN Rail thing, because we were doing railroaders in the community every year, and we also had $10,000 donation from them. It might actually be more. So this is just an estimation, and then we had with Aquaterra donated 2,500. We've had a few different. Actually, I think Aquaterra came into our actual account. But anyways, it's kind of a quick breakdown because I didn't want to bore you guys to death going through all these different donors. So yeah, but yeah, if you look underneath, the brackets are just explaining what's in the account in a short breakdown.
All right, I've got it, and I am here not necessarily to be bored, but to be educated. So I appreciate that. So the 75,000 is part of the 89. I get that now.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
All right, and if you are successful with other efforts for in-kind, and so you've indicated some prep work at the site, maybe done by the municipality, valued at about $60,000. And if you were to get all of that accommodation as a gift in kind, the total ask would be something like $20,000 rather than 170.
Exactly. So it would come down, like, I mean, I guess we said 60 and then, it'd be a lot significant less. There is other things too. I think one of the things that was on the cost was like the porta potties or something. And like, there's just so many little things, but like, we have to go through all that eventually, and figure out what we can knock off. But, I feel like there's going to be a significant amount. It's unfortunate at this moment because I can't give you the exact, because we're still working on it. But I just wanted to give you like an idea of what, the most would be if we didn't get anything, which is not most likely what's going to happen. Like, we're probably going to be able to knock that down quite a bit. So that was the plan when we did the budget, the contract was to basically knock the pinata and get all the candy out and bring the cost down. So
Thank you for that.
Councilor, I see your hand up earlier here. Are you raising your hand? Councilor Melody.
Thank you. Sorry, we're gonna have to wait, get this warmed up. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. So understanding that 170,000, really, if we were to already take into account, which hasn't been agreed to yet, the 60,000 of prep work. So have we agreed to that or have we not agreed to that? Because then theoretically, that 170 would be 110.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, through to Councilor Melnick. My first note would be that it's an up to 60,000. So our own forces, council approved the municipality partnering with this budget year. And so we've already begun, you may have seen some of the work already. However, there are certain technical points that the contractor will still have to do. We don't know where those technical points are. And I would add that note too to the hospitality or the hotel rooms. There may be a partnership that says, oh, there's free rooms, that would be 90,000. If there are half price rooms, it would only be 45,000. And so I think that note to qualify these numbers would help. And Daryl, I also think it would help for you to just mention what is the status of the contract with New Line right now.
So basically with New Line, the status, I think what Chris is referring to is just the fact that we have a contract. And so how it works is we have a cost that they've given us, which is $1,058,000. That's for the whole, like what the park we want, for all the concrete and, building this park, except for the landscaping features. But with some of the features, like what the idea is, the scope of the project would be compromised or altered should we fall. So we would have to fall short. So we would have to reduce like certain features or something in order to hit our budget. So our plan is we went ahead with that because of the economy and just everything. We want to make sure we get this built in a timely manner. So, and also too, with some of the grants that we have deadlines. So basically we just said, we got to build this year, no matter what. We're going to just go as hard as we can and see what we can get to, and in good hope and faith that we can reach our goal to build that skate park, that picture that I showed you guys earlier slide in.
Councilor DeVota.
If I may, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Hall. Hello again, sir. Every time I go to the Alberta Municipalities Conference and I get onto the floor, and I see the New Line guys, they start giggling when they see me, but like not in a bad way. They're just like, no new news, right? I'm really glad that we're here. I just have a small question for you. I don't see Tourism Jasper on here. And have you had conversations with them about some financial support or marketing or anything like that that they might be able to help you with, or even finding some other sources of revenue for you to get this project to the standard that we need it or make it?
No, I have not, had a contact with them. But I would be open to exploring that avenue for sure.
I don't want to put them on the spot because I'd like to expand the conversation, maybe advocate again. Because when I first approached Tourism Jasper in a conversation, I think the sentiment at the time was that in order to support a skate park, it would have to be of an exceptional quality, something that could be marketable, that's different or better than what other people can get. The fact that we don't have one, we don't have the opportunity to market that we have one. So in my experience living in Jasper for 30 plus years, we have these ebbs and flows with international visitation. And often when those types of recessions happened, or pandemics or forest fires, the first people to come back or the first people to visit are regional visitors. And this might not be marketable. Maybe kids aren't bringing their skateboards or their scooters on the planes and stuff. But I know that when chips fall, we get Albertans, we get people from BC, we get people from Saskatchewan here. And I think when we look at the investment for the future for when we need to rely on that regional visitation, I think this is a solid investment. So that's what my pitch to those guys would be. And if they're watching, I apologize. I don't mean to put anybody in a corner, but I think that, again, it's good to hold hands on initiatives, and I'd like to bring this forward with them the next time I sit on the partnership. But I think it's a good door to go and knock on. Because they do have a lot of connections, and if they're not able to do it, directly with you, they can maybe point in some direction on what kind of or whose doors you can knock on. So that's just a little bit of advice. But I'm really happy that we're going to get this done this year.
Thanks for that info. Actually, I will definitely start looking into that. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
Councillor Kelleher, MP.
Thank you, Darren. All this pleasure, bunch of presentations. I'm just curious, Darrell, just say Muni said no. Would the project go ahead and then we'd have to look at the overheads later? Like, how will it affect you if you don't get this 170?
So essentially all that would happen is potentially, I wouldn't really say 170, it could end up being less of a shortfall, I would assume. But if we ended up having a shortfall, basically all that would happen would be a diminishing of the features and then the play value in turn. So that's kind of where, obviously as skate park advocates, we want to make sure we get this as close to that number. There is online reviews of skate parks and it's a total thing where people critique stuff. If you can offer the skate park that has the best flow and features and everything, it really does help your, boasting about your facility. So that's all that would happen with the diminishing of the play value of the facility, but we would still be building it no matter what. That's our goal and our plan. But considering it is a 40-year landmark facility and it's low maintenance, it's just the initial investment and then you see the return after. So we're hoping that we can get as close as possible because we want to make sure for our community, Jasper, and the businesses in directly tourism, that we can make sure we do our best to go to bat for this and get it as high as we can. Because we feel like that image that we have of the skate park, this is a beautiful skate park. And I've even heard of people from, I've been in Vancouver skateboarding, they're like, oh, Jasper is a good skate park. And I think they're actually talking about this from looking online because it does come up, right? But they're not talking about our current skate park. That's but yeah, so when people will see this park, they're going to want to come here. So I think it's going to be a big boost for our community, and that's why we want to make sure it's a really good one. obviously, there's not every category we want to keep up with Banff in, but this might be one where we do want to excel or keep up with them for sure. So,
Said the magic word.
Councillor Waxer.
I don't really have much to add, but again, I wanted to express my appreciation. And as a neighbor, I've seen your truck filled with bottle refunds, and I know that you've explored every possible nook and cranny for funding and gone through the frustrations of trying to figure out the railroaders in the community website. I think we worked on that together at one point, but I just wanted to offer my sincere appreciation for all that you've achieved and your stick-to-itness through.
Any other questions or comments from council? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. It would be maybe a question for administration how we could move forward with this, but I think with some moving around of recognizing municipalities commitment of the 60,000, because it takes that 170 down to 110. Because that seems that we'd be almost double accounting for that. And then really what the ask is would we be able to underwrite the 110 until additional funding is in place, is what I think the ask is.
Sorry. That's kind of what the ask is. The idea is like, the worst case scenario would be, 110, saying hypothetically that we get 60,000 for that taken off. But yeah, we're hoping that we can cut that down. So I don't know how it would work in a budget, but yeah, the idea is like have it there at backstop so that we can make sure we can build the skate park that we would like to build for the community, but at the same time have that flexibility where we do end up raising more than you guys can allocate funds back into your other budgets. And because like I said, the landscaping and like water fountains, all that stuff, we can figure that out later. The big thing is just getting this thing built so that, while the, cost is down lower and, with the uncertainty of building costs and stuff, I think that's kind of what we're going for, is just trying to get that base skate park built. So if we did have more, you could spend it on, other things for the skate park, or you could be possibly allocated wherever you guys would like. But just to have it there to backstop kind of would be the idea.
Director Reed, did I see you want to comment on that? Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Daryl. And I think to maybe get the mic on, to Councillor Melnick's point, how would you work the motion to address that it's not $170,000 cash, it's $170,000 backstop, including gifts in kind. I'm not sure that it really matters today. You can use the motion in place because you're going to be, further deliberating in that budget, and we could certainly have more clarity on which is a gift in kind, which is, it's whether or not you want to forward any and all value to your budget deliberations.
So to that point, budget documents have already been built, not finalized. So that 60,000 should be in the 2024 budget. And that's where the question comes. If it's in the budget, then we don't need to show it here in the documents that are being prepared. If it's not yet been accounted for, then we do have to show it here. And I think that's the clarity we'll need for next week.
Councillor DeBoda?
Dr. McCoy on Star Trek was known as Bones. My nickname for you now is Beans. So I'm glad that you're asking the question because I do have some confusion on that. So, and I was under the perception that the 60,000 was in the 2023 budget. And we had already allocated for that, and this would be a transfer from reserves, but it's not. From my understanding, right? So I'll just double clarify that while they're crunching numbers.
Yeah, that's the clarity I think that we're looking for is what are we really talking about here? Is that already been accounted for?
Director Lee? Yeah. Director Mel?
It's a good one.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To just give a little bit of a high level summary on that. At the moment, it is an additional add to the budget that we'll be discussing. And of the 170,000, if it was 60,000, say, of internal sources, we would still be accounting for the 170,000, but we would be doing an allocation internally to cover the labor that we would be putting into the project because it's still costing that much to do the project. And then the rest of the funds would then would come either from wherever council decides to fund it from, because we haven't decided funding on that area yet. So it could be anything from reserves or including into debt source or whatnot. So there's a few options for council to consider when we're discussing these at the budget process. Go ahead, Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess my question to administration, for clarity, just because I don't have it in front of me. The $60,000 that was loosely allocated wasn't part of the 2023 budget that we've transferred to reserves, or like we haven't committed 60,000 already.
Deputy Mayor, through to Councilor Demota. So the initial amount of the capital project is within the scope of the 2023 capital budget. The additional scope that's being added on to potentially cover the shortfall would be additional to the 2023 number. The 2023 number that we've put into the budget is the entire project, including the municipal contribution. So it'd be a donation from external sources to cover their portion, and then the municipality would cover our portion, and 24 would up the amount that the municipality be adding to the project costs or contribution.
Okay,
Is that a bit clear?
No, I'm sorry. Well, I think what I basically, as basic as my mind works, have we requisitioned $60,000 for the 2023 budget already? No.
Yeah, so if I may, Deputy Mayor, through Councillor Demota. So there was no requisition of 60,000. 60,000 wasn't even a number when council agreed to have municipal forces join the project and do work related to the project. What Director Greathead basically said is he's got time for training his staff on his new equipment, and this project would align with that. So there was no additional budget added to make that happen. It was part of the existing 23 budget. And some of that work did occur. However, what we're talking about now, as Director Malinchuk said, is this is the total project. There is an opportunity that may be up to $60,000 of gifts in kind. And some of that would be, again, that training opportunity that Director Greathead talked about. However, we won't know until we know. And so we can't give you down to the dollar that it's this, that, and the other thing, right?
Okay. Well, that's one of my answers. Thank you for that clarification. I'm sorry that we had to muscle it down to that, but I want to help advocate to get this filled if we can't do that internally here. The other part is, we faced a major jump, with our arena project, our activity center project. Now, in the discussions with New Line, have they factored in some of those things that happened to us recently with labor? And you did talk about rooms, Mr. Savage, and could this potentially be a lot higher that we're not, really looking at right now?
I have to honestly say, yes, I haven't really gotten down to that with them and asking that, but I will bring that up in my conversations with them next time I talk to them. But I do believe that, like, we have a contract, so whatever that may be, I might defer that question to Chris Reed there.
Thanks, Daryl, and your Deputy Mayor Hall through to Councilor Demota. So yes, the difference between our big rental project and this is that there is a signed contract with New Line. So that was one of the things that council enabled in the spring. And so that contract is signed. What Daryl is here to tell you is that if we don't get enough money to fulfill that contract, New Line is willing to take elements out so that we will still build this spring. So the things like our project going, inflationary forces, etc., all of that has been factored in by New Line already. And we have a signed contract and we're in their build season this year. So it's a different discussion.
That was my biggest fear there, and I understand our process was different, but we do have a contract, so that's good. It's good for the community to know that, and maybe other people that are wanting to invest or have invested. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments or questions for either Mr. Savage or administration? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I appreciate, Mr. Savage, that things are still in flux, particularly with other gifts in kind, and potentially with some other donations as well. When do you think you might have clarity on some of those issues?
So what's going to end up happening is once we get our building permits in place, the timeline can be drawn for the building of this project. And New Line is going to give us their breakdown of timeline. And then I'll be able to start working on outreaching more, because I've already outreached to some of the hoteliers. So I'll be able to get back to them. And also, we're also going to, whoever else, we're going to give them concrete dates. So that would be a big portion of our in-kind. So it would be, I guess, it would probably be before the end of this year. We would be working on that because I believe our permitting is getting really close here. So yeah, once we can get that, and New Line's already knows that we need those dates. So we're just waiting on them to give us the dates of when project would be commencing and how the timeline looks before that's, because that's our major in-kind question is the accommodations, but they're also going to give us a list of other in-kind when we get to that point, and I'll be able to go through the list and find other potential in-kind donators and try to canvass for more support at that moment.
Thank you. I will say I would certainly support that this be referred to budget discussions, but I will be challenged, just given the local support for the project. If I am generous, I think there is about $168,000 worth of community contribution. 25,000 from the Masons, 25,000 from Ray Dye. I will credit the 25,000 from CN as a local contribution. Credit to all of them, credit to the fire brigade for coming up with 50,000. Another 30,000 that seems to be added to the CPEP grant. I'm going to assume that that's all local money, and then potentially another 10,000 from core hotels and 3,200 from railroaders. But all in all, that's about 15% of the project. And my recollection is that council's commitment was up to 300,000. Now, if we're looking at another 170, and it doesn't matter to me whether it's a combination of cash or gifts in kind, it's another 170. That's $470,000 municipal contribution, which is 44% of the entire cost. And then there's another 41% that's outside donors and grants. Not exactly the way I had hoped this would roll out. And I appreciate your strong advocacy on what this does for the community and how it benefits the tourism economy. But there's no direct accruing to municipal coffers from that, right? If it does drive visitation, then hotels and restaurants and others are going to be the beneficiaries. And yet they haven't stepped up. And I fear in part that's because council has signaled that it would be a backstop. And if people say, well, council is going to take public money, why would I donate personal money? It becomes a challenge, and it continues to be a challenge to me. And so I wonder from your perspective, whether there is any continuing possibility of rallying private, local sponsors to aid in this already. I mean, it just seems to me that it could be, and I accept your earlier presentation, that it will drive visitation. Who's going to get the benefit from that if not business sector? And yet, with some notable exceptions, they don't seem to be at the table.
Yeah, no, that's great observation, and I fully understand the idea of because you guys have so many other things to take into consideration as we've watched a lot of the presentations prior, and just other things in general. I know running a town costs a lot of money, so we've always had that part of our mission statement too, is to try to make it as least impact as we can on our municipal coffers. And, given the idea that, like you said, it's not like an arena where you can rent it out or whatever, it's not going to make money. But yeah, so we are definitely open for financial, donations from the business sector, and we will be exploring that more. Our hope was that when, groundbreaking was happening and just with all the excitement, there would be more interest coming. But a lot of it falls on our committee to outreach. I did get a hold of Pursuit, and they seem interested in doing the in-kind for the hotel, and also decor. So, the more that I outreach, I have faith that we will see that more of an interest from the business sector. So yeah, I fully understand the predicament, and also too just the nature of not having any concrete numbers for you right now of what we will need, because it's just all up in the air at this point. So, having a budget discussion about this would be difficult. Basically, I'm just trying to explore every avenue, and I'm trying to make sure that at the end of the day, we can get the skate park that we're trying to build. And, but yeah, I just wanted to bring it up to make sure that everybody had a transparent understanding of what's actually going on with the project. And, if you guys can agree with whatever number it may be, anything would be appreciated at the end of the day and would be helpful to get this closer to what we need.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And the challenge is not so much to you, perhaps, as to the business sector who might see the economic benefit of this, and perhaps some of them will be listening. Thank you.
I have a question for you. The two anonymous foundations, I know you can't disclose who they are, but are they local? Are they from out of town?
Yeah, they are local. I guess I don't really want to try to keep it anonymous, but yeah, they are local, somewhat local. So yeah, I would say yes in a way. definitely local. I always like this guy.
They didn't want to, you can.
Go ahead, Councillor.
I was just gonna say, maybe the Jasper Skate Committee and Mr. Savage could use an agent. And, you know, maybe somebody in the community could do some pro bono work that speaks really well and has those connections. So I'm just saying there's more doors you can knock on.
Also too, I wanted to mention, so a lot of like basically all the Jasper Skate Park, the 155, like I said, 125 of that was from the CPEP small grant, but the rest of that is from local fundraising, et cetera. And then also we had some money come in. I don't know if Aquaterra would be considered local, but I think they gave like 2,500 or something. So there's been some pretty good local, and then ATCO, I think a while back gave us like 5,000 Trans Mountain. I don't know if these would be considered, like it's not really businesses, but that are locally based, but yeah, somewhat community oriented, I guess.
Any further questions or comments? I'd be looking for somebody to make a motion.
Up to 107. Well,
Councillor Duoda? Councillor Waxer? Councillor Waxer.
That committee received a presentation from the Jasper Skate group for information, and that committee refer the shortfall funding request to the 2024 budget discussions.
Thank you for the motion. Administration, is that specific enough?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. It will mean that your discussions will be more open-ended. So yes, it's specific enough, but it does you aren't asking for an exact amount, so makes it very difficult to prepare an exact budget document for you. So your discussions will have to carry the load if you don't put a number in. However, well, I was going to say you could also ask for further information before budget deliberations. Like you could ask for clarity on some of the suggestions you've made to be brought forward as you've done with some of the other requests.
If the motion was up to 170,000, would that make it easier for budget talks?
Yeah.
Is there any objection at the table for that, Councilor Moda?
I think I'd like to see us bring that number down if, you know what I mean, if there's gonna be some, I don't know how to direct that, but you know.
There is a motion on the table. Do you want to include up to 170,000 in that motion? Does that make sense? So, no objection to that? Okay. Any debate on the motion? Great, I see no hands. I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Savage, again, for all your time you put into this. And
thank you, Council and Mayor and administration. Really appreciate and enjoy working with you guys over the years. Thank you.
all right.
If you guys need any more what's called like information about donors, and like I can break it down better and send you guys details if you want to.
I'd actually just like to have that presentation by itself. I don't have a PDF document that breaks down other PDF documents, so.
Like the one that I made there?
Yeah, because it's included in our agenda.
Yeah.
And I would just like it by itself outside of that.
Yeah.
You could make that available.
I can do that, and like I said, I can break down the like more detail about all the donors that we've had over the years if you'd like. It might be really long-winded, but I can try to do that if people want that.
I don't personally think that.
No. Mayor Ireland?
If I might suggest, I appreciate all the work that Mr. Savage has done already, and I'm not looking to add to that load. But if that document is on our agenda, then we have it. It can't be impossible to ask our staff to just forward it as a standalone. It had to have been received to get included in the agenda in the first place.
I was up, it was an eliminated question, not correct.
I wonder too, if before you leave, do we feel we need to make a motion for more information? Or are we satisfied with what has happened here with this request? Maybe not more. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Savage.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 4.8. We have Warren Waxer, the president of the Jasper-Yellowhead Historical Society. Up next, I understand also there was some new information that was received. Is it?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. So the Jasper-Yellowhead Historic Society has just submitted a new presentation. Their content is the same, however, the presentation is more appropriate for what they want to present today.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Waxer.
Thank you. Thank you, council, for allowing us, for me, the crowd of supporters, to present our submission to you personally. So I thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, the council, and Councillor Baby Doll. And I'm sorry for the confusion here. Yes, what you have in front of you before, or what you had before the submission hasn't changed. The request is the same. That's essentially the meat of what we're asking. And what I'm putting through here is, that was the state. This is the irritating waiter hanging over your shoulder while you're trying to enjoy your steak. I'm just going to interpret it for you. So. Short submission, as stated, is asking for financial assistance from the municipality of $55,000. $50,000 would go towards our wildlife exhibit planning process, and $5,000 would go towards audio-visual equipment to upgrade our meeting room. So briefly, I'd like to just give the council a quick overview, as we always do, of who we are, what we've done recently, our successes, and what we are planning. You ask how the strategic priorities align. That's very important. You may be familiar with our vision and mission. It's very similar in many ways to the municipal vision. And I did this slide myself. I'm quite proud. So we're one of those key organizations that helps promote the appreciation and preservation of Jasper's history. Anything in yellow is right from the municipal vision. I believe we add to the cultural vitality of Jasper, encourage participation by all ages. We host lifelong learning opportunities, and we are accessible, both physically and financially. We offer quality services in an area of Jasper's tourist industry by facilitating memorable visitor experience. And we further the priorities of the town, particularly those of community health and relationships. And the way we do that is through our programming, mainly. We brought this up before. One of the great hidden gems of Jasper are the coffee hours at the museum, and now they've been going on a regular basis to the Alpine summit. These are talks on anything from the history of gardening in Parks Canada to the history of retail shops and the changing retail landscape, It goes on and on. And some of them for a while were done virtually. We hope to get back to that. We hold workshops. We have an outreach program to the schools. Sometimes they come to us, sometimes we go to them, grades 3 and 4. We partnered with various groups, including the Association of Jasper Climbers, who put on a great series of talks at the museum and brought in a whole new demographic, which hopefully we can hang on to. Because I think if they're interested in mountain climbing, they're probably interested in the changing face of retail shops. Just a hunch I got. So we had a great exhibit by Dee McLean, artist and environmentalist on changing climate this summer. One on cowboy culture, an incredible but small exhibit on Ukrainian culture that was held on Ukrainian Independence Day by our very own gift shop manager, Oksana, and one on Jasper the Bear, 75th anniversary. A lot of you didn't even know that birthday was coming up, and that's why we're here, to remind you. And probably one of our better exhibits was Looking Back, that was an exhibit set up specifically for the Jasper reunion. Just a few pictures of the various exhibits we've had. And one thing I'll say we excel at, because of excellent staff, is our exhibits, be they small, temporary, such as the one that Val did, or Indigenous Days, Parks Days. She pops them up, she hauls them out, and they're done. Other ones stay up for months and months, but they're all very worth it. And another way we add or contribute to community health is by our fundraising efforts. And the way I think about it is, yes, we're doing it to raise money for our own organization. I won't deny that. But it also allows these events to happen. I'm not saying they wouldn't happen if the museum didn't put out the manpower or person power to allow them. But, you know, sometimes these groups are coming to us because there aren't enough people volunteering overall. I hope that changes, but we do have a very good group of volunteers that we can call on. So some of our events, Festival of Trees, a major fundraiser, the Grand Fondo Bike Race and Barbecue, Pints and Dino Run, Whiskey Hop, we're there, even tending bar for various staff parties. I guess my point is we hustle. And, you know, no job too small, no job too dirty. Look at poor Sheila and her Grizzlies collecting bottles. To the tune of $18,000 worth. Oh, all of a sudden you're not laughing. There's money in bottles, you know, but it's a lot of dirty work. But she's got an incredible group she calls the Grizzlies, and they keep at it. So I just want to say, yeah, we're not above any job that makes money. And you probably want to know, are you putting a picture of the mayor running in there just to sway the jury? Say no, and hold your questions till the end. Thank you. Hey, and I always bring this up, our archives and collection. And I bring this up every year because, again, it's one of these hidden gems. It's one of the necessary evils of being a museum and archives. You have to collect things. You have to sort through them. You have to make very difficult decisions on what you keep, what you don't keep. And very little of it directly makes you any money. It costs you staff wages, and it's important for exhibits, but there's an unquantifiable value to being the history of Jasper, the keeper of the history of Jasper, essentially Jasper's memory. So just, you know, we bring in somewhere over 1,000 artifacts every year that have to be sorted through. So a lot of work by a couple, or 2 or 3 really dedicated professionals. the pictures I show there, just briefly, this is our latest acquisition. It comes from the Dupre Fund, and if you're not familiar, a fund is essentially a collection of items, be it a photo album or items. This is a bit of both from Charlie Dupre. And this came to us by Dana Ruddy, who had it because Charlie Dupre worked for Mr. Ruddy at the Columbia Ice Fields. Hence, although you can't see it in the small picture, that jacket is from the snowmobile tours at the ice fields. And yeah, and you'd be shocked to know that that picture on the bicycle is Connaught Avenue. No, it isn't. I don't know. It's one of the back streets. But, you know, I'm just saying these pictures are just, you know, unbelievably valuable, and that's what we do. But a quick side note of Charlie Dupre, it just came to mind that there may be someone on this council that has a familiarity with Charlie Dupre, possibly has performed a song about Charlie Dupre. Would that person please stand up? Okay, you don't have to stand up, but yeah, it just came to me that that's a great song. It came out of the clear blue sky, talking about how Charlie unfortunately met his demise on the slopes of Marmot by avalanche. An incredible song. I don't know if you're a writer, co-writer, but a great performance. It comes from the Peeps live at the Legion album, which, any of you have it? You know where you can get it? In the archives. We've got it. That's the whole point. I've got a copy at home if you need it too. A really good song, really good song.
At this point, if I may, I don't think that we should supply any audio for our viewers. And after this gets recorded, we just get him to do the voiceover and he can explain everything that happened today in a short time.
Oh, how's the museum doing? Thanks for asking. Good, but not great. As you can see quite plainly, the COVID years took their toll. We're coming up again, but last year wasn't a great year for total visitor counts, be it fires, COVID rebound, we're not quite sure, but we're on the upswing, and hopefully with programming and a number of ideas on bus tours to bring them in by the dozen, things should improve. So our priorities coming up are developing a campaign for donations, bequests, sponsorships, activity, something that we've just been too busy to get at, but is so vital to the health of the Historical Society Museum. We're just about to launch a new website with e-commerce capabilities. We're launching a new point of sale system that has been nothing but a pain. We're hoping for audio-visual enhancements to our galleries. And a lot initiative committee is developing revenue and more highly visible activities until we can finally plan for the lot beside us. And more importantly, presently, continuing the planning and establishment of a wildlife display. This is just the front page from our website. It's coming, and it should be easier to navigate, and it'll be compatible with smartphones, which I guess our old one wasn't, which I've been told is very important for younger people coming to town looking for directions. Financial challenges ahead, sidewalk repair in front of our building to generate enough revenue to cover payroll, the ongoing struggle. An enhancement to our meeting room audio-visual equipment. One of the reasons we've asked for money for this is it's not just our meeting room, it's something that we rent out on a regular basis. It brings in fairly good income. It's a good community resource. We'd like to bring it up to the present with a smart screen and proper camera and the various attachments. And again, most importantly, our wildlife exhibit planning and implementation. So this is the plan for the wildlife exhibit. we're mainly through phase one. We have taken possession of the animals. If you're not familiar, the Sherman Wildlife Collection that was in the basement of the Whistler's Hotel has been donated to the museum. And we have to store it for, who knows, maybe another year and a half. They've all the animals have been moved, and we're underway getting a development and ultimately building permit. So it's one of these catch-22s that you need more details before you can get all your permits. But we're only partway through the planning process of the actual building itself. And I'll have a picture of that later. But we're getting quite a ways through, but as you know, the development permit process is slow, and that's where we're stuck. The one change can make to this, I noticed one mistake. Our construction and placement time, second from the bottom there on the right, I should say January to August 2025. So essentially a little over a year from now, we're hoping to be putting the buildings in place. They'll be prefab with a connecting walkway to the museum itself. And the budget for that is as follows. So you can see where we're at now. And where we're hoping to get to next year. But the money we're asking for is essentially for the planning process, permitting process, etc., not for the construction itself. So yeah, it's ongoing, but we've hired an architect for a design concept. Haven't gone into the details on the interior or the cost of the actual building itself, although we've been told it'll be somewhere in the $400,000 range, which probably means the $600,000 range. But that's where we're at. And we're quite fortunate to have Ron McGaffin on our board, who used to be a land surveyor, so he got the real property report and surveying done. So he's been shepherding that through the process, which is essential, obviously, but it's nice to know someone knows how to go through that. So right now, our animals are in storage. And this is no way to treat an animal. We've got to get them out. We've got to get them on display. But right now they're in a storeroom in Hinton. It was the only place we could find space. It's unfortunate. It's a little ways away, but it's a good dry space. It's expensive, but we didn't have a lot of choice. We were given this gift that was half blessing, half curse, but we really couldn't let these animals go out of town. We see great potential for them, but it's going to be a bit of a slog. So we have some layouts. We have grading picture surveys. We've got to do a runoff survey. We've been working hard, but essentially this would be what it'll look like. So it'll be a building off the back of our building with a connecting walkway. Somewhere in the neighborhood of there'll be about 2,000 square feet. And it'll be specifically for the display of these animals. This is our budget, which was again in your package. Don't like seeing that red at the bottom. The only thing I will say is, as always, we've been somewhat conservative to pessimistic with our revenues, and probably a little bit heavy-handed with our expenses. That still brings us well below zero, which is unfortunate, But I don't think it'll be that bad with certain government grants coming in, more programming revenue coming in, donations. I don't think it'll be that bad, but on paper, that's where it sits right now. And just to head you off of the past for any of the questions you may have. So what happened to last year's partnership funding agreement? Okay, well, the money that we were given last year, the 55,000, went to the beginning of this planning process for our wildlife building. One area or a couple areas we fell short in the agreement was in community conversations. We did not attend as many as we should have. I think we attended one. It wasn't for lack of interest. It was just a bit of confusion, a change of staff, the board not really understanding our responsibility there, my fault. But I like to think that in the spirit of what community conversations are about, many of our programming events help to serve that same purpose, bringing people together to talk mainly history, but still making those connections. So, and did we actively support the municipality of Jasper in public communications? Can't say we did. We probably didn't promote our own programs very well on the online calendar that municipality has. These are all things that sort of slipped our mind when we were busy with other things. And acknowledging the support of the municipality as appropriate, we probably didn't do enough of that. So I apologize for that, but it was a busy year. And just to go with the old vaudeville axiom, leave them laughing, just a few nice pictures of some of the exhibits that we had. If you didn't get into the museum during the reunion, it was an incredible exhibit that Val and company put together. That rainbow trout came from Online Sports, courtesy of Mr. Murilovich. We had such a great turnout, 225 people, most of them from out of town. So just a great variety. And mainly older. We want a slightly younger demographic in there. They'll be there in 20 years, guaranteed, at the next reunion. And one of my favorite events was out at the government pony barns, where the wardens got together, the Warden Alumni Association, to talk about the days when they spent a month at a time on a horseback. It was just fascinating. And we had 4 different talks. So I heard Bob Barker and the grizzly story with Leonard Jack 4 times. So I'm a little bit spooked. I'm not going hiking ever again. But no, it was just great to see these guys talk about the days when horse was king. And Bob came in his full uniform and looked dapper as ever. We also got together with the UpLift committee to offer tours of the murals around town. There were lots of various smaller groups that got together for smaller mini reunions within the reunion, but all in all, a great success. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Oxford, for your presentation. I do want to thank you and commend you for having your museum. Your museum is physically accessible, and I think that's really important to know, because you did say that in the beginning. So thank you for that. And also taking me back to December 21st, 2010, when I recorded the album at the Legion. Okay. Questions or comments from council, either for Mr. Oxford or for administration? Councilor Melnick?
Go ahead.
Councilor Gallagher, do you want to go first? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wexler, for an excellent presentation. The contract with Parks Canada for 17,800. What exactly is that?
Part of that, I believe, 7,000 worth is for our continuous storage of their archival material. We have some, mainly the local archival material that we take care of in the basement. Some of it goes down to Calgary, I believe, but the local stuff we have, whatever, we have the responsibility to look after. So they pay us that. And then the other 7,000, I can't remember, it's 10 and 7 anyways, are for programs that we do on their behalf. So they basically contracted out some of their work that they normally would have done in the interpretation field, exhibits. So, you know, something like our changing climate, part art, part environmental exhibit that we did this year would be in that scope, that areas that they used to be concerned with, some of them they've contracted out to us. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilor Miller?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. You alluded to the expenses this year with the wildlife acquisition project. Do you have a proposed construction plan, as in, would it be towards 2025 that we might see that project completed and possibly additional revenue sources, or what is the current? I see we're into 2024 with design and stakeouts, so on, but I don't know if I read in here that there was an actual projected opening date or desired opening date.
Yeah, we don't really have an opening date, but we're hoping to begin placement of the building or construction of it after the new year 2025. So, and we don't know if that's optimistic or pessimistic, but we hope it's realistic. And again, you know, it will be a prefab type building. We don't have the exact details on it yet. And part of the reason we did that, we've gone that route, is for reuse. Ultimately, we hope to be able to build a new museum in the next 10 years. So it'd be a shame to put all this money and time into something that would be torn down or of no use. We feel that if it's a prefab building, it's always going to be of some use either on our lot or somewhere in town. It won't be totally wasted money. Of course, we're never going to get the full value, but it gets us displaying the animals as soon as possible, and the building will be of use somewhere.
Councilor Kubota?
Thank you. Let's go back to the Parks Canada question. Through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you. Mr. Waxer, has there been an assessment on what the actual cost to administer and maintain the archives per se? And I'm sorry if this is kind of repetitious, because I'm just wondering what the overall cost might be. I think that you guys did a study a little while ago, or had somebody review that for you. And I think overall, I'm looking at what if that section of the keep is being allocated appropriately. And I'm not saying that maybe Parks Canada's contribution isn't good enough or ours isn't good enough. I'm just wondering if some of these shortcomings could come from something else, like with a better contribution, just for the archives.
That Parks Canada isn't paying their fair share? Or?
No, that's not what I was saying. I was just wondering if you have an overall cost attributed to the administrating and the overseeing of all the archives collectively.
Well, I mean, just off the top of my head, the wages for our archivist, our collections person, and their supplies. So, you know, you're looking under $100,000 per year.
Right. And I believe that when I was on the board and we had the discussions with Parks Canada, they said if they couldn't afford it anymore, their storage would be in Winnipeg. So anytime they needed to get something, or didn't need it anymore, it'd have to go back and forth on the train. I don't know if things have changed since then, but I think that there might be another worthwhile broader conversation to be had here on what that's actually worth to them. And I think you should know what, other than that, you know, if it's $100,000 just for that position, then maybe that should be funded 50-50. And I don't think that this $50,000 is covering that, right?
Yeah, well, the thing is, the Parks Canada archive section is fairly static. You know, it comes in boxes. It's not the dribs and drabs. There's a certain amount of cataloging, but a lot of it's mainly storage and having it accessible when Parks Canada employees want to use it for research. That's part of the deal. They can come to do the research at any time for free, as opposed to the general public that comes, and if they need help, they pay a certain amount. But it's not a high maintenance contract, I'll say that, you know, compared to our regular accessions.
And then, so the other portion of those archives belongs to the society, I guess, but because they're Jaspers, we fund a portion of that as well as municipality, right?
Yeah, I guess you do. You know, we've targeted this particular request towards the Wildlife Museum, but for all the various amounts of help you've given over the years, yeah, you own a stake.
The archives belong to the community, I guess.
Of course,
I guess that's it, right?
No, exactly.
That's kind of where I'm going.
No, for sure. Yeah, it's not like the society can wheel and deal with it. You know, no, it is.
I think that there's a higher value that can be placed there. I guess the other question too, with the new build, have you factored in, or not you specifically, but has the board factored in more storage within that new build?
There'll be
a display area.
There'll be a certain amount. There'll be a certain amount, but not a major amount. No. And that is something that we are running out of for sure. So, you know, possibly we can expand it a little bit, but just because of the nature of the size of the lot, where we want to place it, and the number of animals we have, there won't be a lot of extra room in that building.
I was kind of hoping that you guys would have a housing project right now where the revenues can fund the new builds, but we're not there yet.
Well, don't discount that, because as we go through this development permit process with Parks, their first thing they said was, you got to add housing and parking with it. We hopefully will get away with the housing, because we're not really adding any employment unnecessary. You know, there won't be 2 extra employees because of this, maybe a half of employee. The parking we're probably not going to get away with. But this is something we may need your support and cooperation in the future as we abut the municipal lot there. I don't think we're going to get away with no parking, but we're going to try and keep it down to a minimum, because again, ultimately, the spare lot is going to be developed. That's where we're going to have to deal with housing and parking. Yeah,
that's good. And you know what? I appreciate council's patience and people watching. I think that just to have a broader perspective on, you know, what the value of that area is, including, you know, the keeping of our local archives and stuff. I think it's good to have a snapshot on that. And you know, because I want to look at the value of that $55,000 and, you know, how that benefits the society itself. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I will try to avoid the opportunity for you to go off script.
Did I go off script?
I have I have a specific question about the budget document that you provided. And then a more general question. I'm a bit confused. It's a different format than we received last year. Last year was much more consolidated, as I remember. But I just took a quick look, and last year gross profit, so revenue before expenses, was $366,000, and so it's down by $43,000. To what do you attribute that decline in overall revenue?
Part of it was admissions being down. Part of it was not being able to take advantage of Young Canada Works grants. Even though we received those grants, we weren't able to find anyone with housing to take the position. Yeah, just in too many categories, we were down. Gift shop sales, to a certain extent, fundraisers, but only slightly. Because we did have our casino this year, but you know, you really have to amortize that over 3 years, because that's as soon as you get it again. Yeah, it was just a number, nothing in particular. Raising the wage of the manager didn't help either. That added to that as well.
Your slideshow had a photograph of a couple of people running. That was in last year's Pints and Pinot, which I understand you're sponsoring or helping with again.
Yeah.
But I don't see anything in the 2024 budget. That would be in this year's budget, I take it, would it? Whatever benefit you make from that.
Yeah, it should be in the package. It should be under fundraising, although it's not itemized. But yes, no, it's definitely going to be in the budget. And I think it was $2,000 for last year. So yeah, we were torn between giving you the full budget with every line item and condensing it. We might have condensed it a bit too much, but.
On the second page of the budget document, near the top, can you just explain that? This is a budget for the Jasper-Yellowhead Historical Society, and there is a line item, support from ourselves to ourselves. Do I read that as a transfer from reserves, sort of?
Essentially, yes. Yes, that will go specifically to maintenance issues and part of the wildlife exhibit planning. Yeah, so yeah, so you have it total support from $81,000, and then you see it at total infrastructure and asset development near the bottom. So that's everything from repairing the sidewalk, website, wildlife acquisition project.
Which seems to have all of the wildlife acquisition embedded in it. That's 64,000?
Yes.
So where does, if you take 50,000 from the municipality to contribute to that?
Right.
Does that free up part of that 81,000 that you're taking from reserves?
No, because we've already put you in on the municipal grant side. So you're giving it to the society and the society's giving it to these projects. For whatever reason, we decide the society is responsible for the long-term maintenance of the facility. Not so much the museum itself. It's not in their budget. It's in the society's budget to keep the museum intact. So when you give the money to the society, ultimately it's going, well, partly to, well, it's all going towards the wildlife acquisition project. But in that same movement of money, we're dealing with sidewalk and a website and audio visual equipment. So it's basically coming out of reserves, but you're helping that we don't have to take so much out of reserves.
or we're giving you the money to put in reserves to take.
Put in the reserve to take out to get to the, yeah.
So that, my last question, again, working a bit from memory. Last year with a similar contribution from the municipality, I think the budget showed an overall deficit of about $16,000.
Yeah.
We don't have the actuals for 2023, but that was what was presented to us last year.
Yeah.
This year, what we see is a deficit, even with that transfer from reserves, of 86,000.
Yeah.
What is the future? Have you forecast out 3, 5, 10 years? When will this trend reverse and start going the other way, or will it?
No, and it obviously has to. We have a certain amount in reserves that we can keep going for a while, but not forever. And this is why the wildlife acquisition project is a tough decision. Ultimately, I believe it's going to help make us money. In the short term, it's going to cost us a lot of money. So this is when we're suffering, and we hope not to drain our reserves. We won't. But shortly, a pretty major fundraising campaign has to begin for the wildlife project, because we don't have enough reserves to finish it through. So between grants and fundraising. But yes, you're right. You should never be bringing a budget that's below zero to the council. I agree. But that's where we're at right now. And again, I'm hoping we're being unnecessarily pessimistic, but that's how the figures show at this point.
Thank you.
Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, and just a point of order for us. We've now exceeded or will exceed 4 hours in meeting, so I'd like to move that we extend the meeting beyond 4 hours today.
I'll call the question. All in favor?
I'm not in favor because we're not at the time. We broke an hour for lunch. We're not till 3:30. We're there, so
5 hours.
I think. Well, he's being so I should trust him anyway. Never mind. I vote in favor.
I think you might be in the wrong time zone this week. I was in the wrong time zone last week.
Okay, that motion's carried. Any other questions or comments for either administration or for Mr. Waxer?
I guess there was one last thing I'll say. One of our successes that I never put in the slides, be an invasion of privacy, is on our board. We now have 3 people that are under 60 years old. So I think this is a major turn in events. I'm hoping it's going to continue, because we need some people to take over where failing hands are going to toss the torch. They're going to drop the torch. And it's good to see. Yeah. And some of them are quite enthusiastic and hopefully bring a new spin to the society, the museum, and teach us how to do PowerPoints and stuff.
Councillor Melnick?
On that note, being identified as a senior member of the board, I'd like to make a motion that committee receive the presentation of information from the Jasper-Yellowhead Historical Society, and that committee refer the $55,000 funding request to the 2024 budget discussions.
Thank you for that motion. There is a motion on the table. Is there any debate on the motion? See no hands. Let's give a couple seconds. I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Waxer. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
We're going to do one more and take a very short recess and then get the last two. Okay, so we are moving on to agenda item 4.9. We have Marie here, Lico Bergeron. Never said your name before. I did okay. Moving forward, I'll just be calling you MP. He is here with a request for Sunday's live music in the park. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Not on.
All right, Mayor Ireland, Deputy Mayor, all councillors and directors, thank you so much for seeing me today. My name is Marie-Pierre Fricourt-Bergeron. You did it very well. Thank you so much. I'm representing Sunday Live Music in the Park by myself with no attached nonprofit or any other business or organization today. I know it is unusual, but I'm at this point. I'm here today seeking for an annual contribution of $5,000 from the municipality to fund the concert series called Sunday Live Music in the Park. Last summer, this community event, just gonna put, here we go, perfect. Last summer, this community event met so many strategic priorities set by our council, and I believe this would be a great investment in building community relationships and connections for future summers and years to come. Before I enter into the details of how this money would be spent, there's a couple of reasons why I started this community concert series. And the first one was talking with a couple local musicians and artist members of this community. We wanted an opportunity to play for everyone, but not in bars, not in restaurants, in available sites, public for everyone, which I mean in restaurants and bars for families, little children, people with disabilities. It might be a little bit difficult. So, and not late in the evening, so promoting very accessible for everyone. The other reason was we have a beautiful Jim Vena stage at the CN Place in the Commemoration Park that is actually underutilized and deserves to be used and seen. The third reason is also the Commemoration Park is a beautiful new park that was land swapped, and we are seeing this land locked in summertime quite often and empty. So there is a big reason right there to use this park. So looking at the first slide here, like I said earlier, I am seeking for an annual funding of $5,000 from the municipality. And the money will be used to cover musician wage, travel expenses if we have people from outside Jasper, potentially Hinton, Edson, which would bring even more travelers, to see this music and to spend money in our community. Gear potentially to rent or a sound technician, create promotional content, organize volunteers. Because I'm presenting myself by myself for this, I'll have to open a bank account for this. So all those little something to be added. Once I decided to start this project, I got help right away from Habitat for the Arts to secure the damage deposit fee for the stage and to communicate with the Jasper Activity Center. Right away, Glenda, Great Catering, was not having lots of visibility with the construction in the activity center, and that promoted people to go buy food, in the activity center at Glenda's Catering, which created that extra, walking traffic and people noticing also the activity center and what we offer. In 48 hours, once Marianne Guerra from Habitat secured the deposit and the dates, I was able to find artists that would volunteer their time and their craft, to be able to provide live music for free for all residents and travelers between 6 and 8 p.m. every Sunday. And it was successful. It was a piloted project only run by volunteers. And it was absolutely amazing. So in the poster that you can see on the screen here, I wrote sponsored by the municipality of Jasper, because we actually got the stage for free through the activity center and just had to pay a deposit for damage, if any damage would be entailed. And Habitat for the Arts that helped me with promotion and securing that deposit. Promotions were made mainly by social media and posters, which I brought to campgrounds and all across town. And I've met so many travelers actually that came and enjoy this live music, buying food from local restaurants and just having the best time in the park. Also, we saw, just gonna change the slides here. This is my daughter, enjoying the live music concert. But what we saw was so many kids, so many extended family members, that all met for one common event, where the kids were just playing soccer or gathering together while the adults were able to soak in the beauty of Jasper and enjoy live music. So community health relationships, and that's a word I cannot pronounce as a French Canadian, advocacy, are the three main strategic priorities that I'm mainly meeting, because it is a free, accessible event for all residents and travelers. But just to go deeper in those priorities, engage residents, welcome expertise from our artists and our residents, creativity and commitment of our community members, embrace our growing diversity, to allow a space where everybody can feel so comfortable to be themselves, to bring just a blanket because they don't own anything, because the cost of living is so much, and to just enjoy a free moment, of no expenses if they don't need to. It's actually really beautiful. To create opportunities for greater inclusion. I've seen some residents of the Alpine Seniors Home, where I do play music there, that came wheeled with their wheelchair, and they came to the grass, to enjoy live music with their family. So it got a reason to take them outside of the Alpine Seniors Home and to go and enjoy, that moment outside, and increase community connections, so just to meet each other, to meet travelers, and to just have a great time, which is important. So today, I brought a little bit of my pilot project, just over 10 weeks. The first week, well, it was me playing, and there was only 25 people in attendance, but not because of my lack of talent, but mainly because it was June 18th, and it was really cold. The next day we had the RCMP carousel that had to be canceled, and there was 25 brave residents, souls, that actually braved the cold to come and see me at the stage. And from that moment, it kept increasing the popularity, people started to get to know about it. And even one night, I stopped counting at 165 people, because there was just so many people enjoying the live music in the park. On our last night, August 27th, there was even a black bear that stayed in a tree in the residence house and left once the music was done. So it's just to say, everybody was touched by this event. I just want to bring the Waxer's humor from earlier presentation, because I know it's a long presentation, but that's already it for me. So if you have any questions, I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lico-Bergeron. Yeah, perfect. And congratulations on a really successful series of events you put on this summer. Good for you. Yeah, great. Yeah, very cool. Any questions or comments from council or the mayor or administration or MP? I'm just gonna. Councilor Baxter.
Just briefly, I attended a couple of them, and I was really struck. You're absolutely correct. It had the opportunity for people to gather. It reminded me very much of community dinners where people were greeting each other and happy to see each other, having quick visits, and then going back to their blankets. And there were people of all ages. And again, I saw wheelchairs and family members joining the people. So I very much concur. It was a very wonderful event. And I think the fact that it did have no fees and was just, and gave residents the opportunity to showcase their talents was just wonderful. Thank you.
Any comments or questions? Councilor Demona.
Well, I appreciate your enthusiasm. Sorry, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, it's great. I know Warren is a hard guy to follow, but
yeah.
You look like, or you come across as a true professional there, and it's hard to tell that you're an entertainer. It really is. But yeah, I just, I support this ask, at least to go to the budget discussions and, very grateful for what you do in the community.
Thank you. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, and Marie Pierre's great presentation. And you mentioned you had approached Habitat for assistance, and would that be part of the intention if you were moving forward this year as well, or how would you move forward with the $5,000? Is it still kind of a collaboration within the community?
Hello. Okay. So 2 weeks ago, I was denied the funding through community and economic development funds, mainly because I was not part of a registered non-for-profit and did not have a board of directors. Unfortunately for me, I did not meet those requirements. And to be honest, I do not want to start, a non-for-profit. I do not want to start anything more added to my plate that I've already given more than 70 hours on this project, this year. And I know that in the future, I will have many more. So to partnership with Habitat seemed like a great way to alleviate, many things. That being said, I noticed that because they're not meeting many requirements for funding and potentially for the future, I decided to present myself by myself for this program. I do understand that this is very unusual, and I'm looking for sponsors. So Habitat is actually giving a sponsorship, so it's giving me some funds, but I am not attached with Habitat. I have a couple more businesses in town that approached me while I was seeking for sponsorship. If I can add to this question, which I will accept. But again, it's a first experience for me, so I'm not really sure how to go aboard. So I know that Habitat will provide me some guidance, on how to deal with some sponsors as well. But we will be two separate people. Yeah, thank you.
And just if I may, you had mentioned that you have some volunteers, you have spent a lot of time yourself. Do you have other people that help you throughout the rest of the summer in making these events happen?
Yes, I had a couple more people. I had Wade Rimstad that helped me quite a bit, for sound, for posters, media as well. Organizing, opening the gates, because the gates were locked and everything. So I could definitely rely on my fellow musician. I had other musicians that were part of the posters also that sometimes took under their wing to open and do their sound and everything. So I would consider all the musicians on that poster volunteers with me. I had Tommy K as well that gave me a donation for posters and promotional items as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Devoda?
I was just wondering through you, thank you to administration, particularly Mr. Director Lee. What are the opportunities here to partner with another person in the community to run this as a program through? It's got all the hurdles of insurance and things like that. Like for an example, let's say we have tennis lessons in the community. There's a fee exchange for that, but I mean, some of the tax dollars that we requisition from the community goes towards that in some way, right? And I'm just thinking of a broader concept of having this as a program through the municipality, since that it's on our property and municipal property, and the stage gets lent out.
Deputy Mayor Hall through to Councillor Demora. I think what you're asking is how could this just be a municipal program? And that would require a municipal programmer, which is not a position we currently have. It is one we are asking for in the future budget discussions. However, So your example of the tennis lessons, private individual comes to us, books the facility, runs the tennis lessons. We have requirements of them to be able to do that. This program is quite a bit different in the sense that what we did on our side administratively is just try to facilitate it happening. In one way, just get out of the way. Make sure that the gates can be unlocked. I'm assuming you mean the truck gate, right?
All the gates actually were locked. I had to unlock them all on Sundays.
So you shouldn't have had to do that, and we don't lock the gates anymore, so
Okay, good.
we'll solve that problem right now. But so try to get out of the way of this program happening. Okay. But as far as partnership with other programs,
No, that's not where I was going to answer the question. I appreciate clarifying that. We're already doing, I think, what I was getting at. So that provided some clarity for me. And I'm always looking to maybe sometimes not think outside the box, but push the box and make it a little bigger.
Me too.
But well, exactly, right? I'm already wheeling. I've already said things to other presenters that came forward, and I don't want to keep sending people to the same place all the time. But I think that there's other opportunities in the community with other businesses that do business in Jasper that might be interested. And I think there's some doors to knock on, but I can help you with that on the side.
Okay.
I know when the Community Economic Development Fund was happening about a month ago, we did move it to be talked about in the new year at our strategic planning sessions. Because you hit everything, all the priorities. This was a beautiful event all summer long, just that you don't have it to be part of a nonprofit group. So I know that there is interest at this council table to relook at requirements, because there's a person who's created this incredible program, but you just aren't attached to anything. But it's amazing to see that you did that. Councillor Kelleher, MP.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Holly. My question is to Director Reid. If council was to approve the 5,000 through the budget, would we then have to give it to another group to administer it, or how would that work? I'm curious.
Deputy Mayor Hall, through the Councillor Kelleher MP. There are a few ways we could do it. Certainly, we could figure out a way to administer in much the same way we do with some of the other programs. We could partner, in essence. We could be the bank, if you will, and we can work out some sort of arrangement. It would really be how council would want it to work. But there are methods for sure. If you put it in the budget, one way is you could just put it in the community development budget, and we could almost hire MP to get it done. But another way is the partnership with Habitat is another way. Perhaps a partnership with another not-for-profit that you're going to hear from later. There are methods you could choose for sure.
Any other comments or questions for MP or for administration? Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. More for administration again. The commemoration art stage at CN Place was provided for free. Take it. So there is a value to that. Are there other gifts in kind that could be considered? I know part of the ask is for increased promotion. So I have to say, I don't know for sure whether it was on the community calendar. We have some control, so it was on our website. I mean, there are other things we can do short of providing cash, and I understand the challenge of giving a sponsorship to an individual that opens up unfamiliar and potentially dangerous territory for council, but I'm looking at ways that we could continue what has been a grassroots pilot project, as you say, that appears to have been very successful. But with gifts in kind to keep it rolling. And again, the better sound system that you're looking for, I don't know how we might contribute to that, but the sound comes from. We have never been experts, I think, in figuring out good sound systems. Our multi-purpose hall continues to have challenges. So I don't know what that means, who would own that system, or how we might contribute to that. But if we can contribute through gifts in kind, I would certainly be interested in that.
Go ahead. The biggest thing is most musicians provided their own sound system if they could. But sometimes, from a small amplifier, that do not carry further than just a couple meters. And once we started to see the increased amount of people that would come, the sound would just not carry. The biggest thing is the reason why I chose 6 to 8 p.m. is I do not want to disturb the residents that necessarily lives right beside this place either. I want to be respectful for everyone and create a nice meeting ground, right? Habitat for the Arts was actually really generous to lend us equipment if we needed on those days, that we were struggling with equipment. But what I was thinking in the future is even to hire, a sound tech like Tommy K, who already has all his sound, and to bring the appropriate material potentially for the day. So to hire him for 2 or 3 hours, to allow us setting up a small sound check, and to just make sure that everything goes so well. I'm just suggesting Tommy K, but he has not agreed yet. So. But I'm just saying to have someone, that could be hired would be a great way to provide a good product, right? And by delivering a good product, potentially, Tourism Jasper, Municipality of Jasper, so many sponsors might come available, and want to be part of this project because it would be reflecting exactly what this community is all about. Any other comments or questions? Or Councilor Demota?
Well, just for me, we've heard a few things, a few presentations today. Sometimes art's expressed on walls, and sometimes art is expressed through music. A lot of times it is. And, I think this is a very similar thing. So I'm very much in support of bringing this forward. And I don't mind moving it. Okay. So, I just want to make sure I get this right. Oh, that's my screen. Should I excuse? Okay, all right, got it. I moved that committee received the presentation from Marie-Pierre Bergeron. Sorry, I butchered that. For information, and that committee refer the $5,000 in funding request at the 2024 budget discussion.
Thank you for the motion. There is a motion on the table. Is there any debate to that motion? I see no hands. I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much again for coming, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to call a brief break for the last 2 presenters. It is 3:12. We will reconvene at 3:20, 8 minutes. Welcome back from our brief break. We are going to move directly into item 4.10. We have today in front of us Lisa Dara from the Crisis Team Jasper Society. Floor is yours.
Hello, thank you everyone, and thanks for having me.
Much closer.
Oh, sorry. Thank you everyone, and thanks for having me. My name is Lisa Dara. and I'm here today as a crisis team coordinator for Jasper. Firstly, I'd like to thank Mayor and Council for your contributions to the crisis team over the years. Those funds were imperative to ensure service provision was effective in our efforts to support victims of trauma. I come to you today on behalf of the crisis team board of directors and myself as a crisis team logistics coordinator. Currently, I am contracted to provide logistical services needed to support crisis response for individuals who have experienced trauma. The board of directors continues to contract myself and Greg Van Tegum. However, we plan to grow due to demand. The municipality of Jasper has always been a steadfast partner in our efforts to provide immediate assistance and support to victims of trauma. In 2023, we worked with Community Outreach Services, Jasper Emergency Services, the hospital, the Activity Center Front Desk, Parks Canada, Bylaw, RCMP, train workers, via rail, hoteliers, and business owners. I realize that the crisis team society is emerging from a time of significant transition. Due to that, there may be questions surrounding how it all works now. With that said, I think it might be helpful to give you some examples of what we do in an anonymous way to give council a more holistic idea of how services are being provided today. Before I do that though, I would like to take a moment to say that at this time, I'm absolutely humbled by the experience and reputation of the individuals currently serving on our board and who we've been able to recruit in the advocate roles. These are people in our community who have a genuine and altruistic approach to crisis response services and assisting those who are dealing with the pain and suffering, living in a moment that will likely be, as you know, the very worst day of their lives. They have contributed hours and hours of volunteerism just for that cause. So how it all works? The way the initial call comes to the crisis team line is through the agency, the business, the organization. The crisis team line is not public knowledge. I'll choose cost as an example. Typically, it will be the outreach manager who calls the crisis team. The person in need is at the cost office at that time in a face-to-face contact. I will listen to the request for support and approve or deny the request based on the mandate. The manager and I will at times have lengthy conversations about the logistics on how to best support the individual in that crisis moment. That professional brainstorming discussion proves to be very valuable to reach a quick and effective solution, ultimately providing an immediate response. What I would call that is the gold standard of crisis management. Immediate response, assisting the individual to feel safe, and supporting through the acute crisis right away. If the event is running after hours, the crisis team can continue that support from that outreach worker. So that's an example of how cost would be connecting with us. An example of an after hours call would be the hospital calling. It may be to support the non-injured family member of a patient to get them into a hotel room for the night so they can rest after a significant acute traumatic event. The $12,500 is a small but significant part of our funds. It's important to note municipal support allows us the opportunity to apply for grants that require municipal support as a criteria. Just as of recently, I was able to apply for a grant 3 weeks ago for $100,000, and one of those criteria was municipal support. So it is significant. At this time, I'll leave it to you to ask any more questions that you might have. I know, again, we've been in a time of flux and there might be some added questions. We are working very synergistically with the agencies. I think we have a really well-established board and we're really excited to move forward with the Jasper specific model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dara. This time I look to Council Mayor for any questions you might have for her or administration. Councillor Waxer.
I have a few questions. One of the questions is, will you be making a similar presentation to this, to ID 12 and to Parks Canada? Because I would think in terms of trauma, the majority of the trauma would occur in the outlying areas and in the wilderness. That's my question.
It wouldn't be the majority of the trauma, wouldn't fall under that, but there would be a significant amount that would suffice requesting funds. Absolutely, ID12 is on my list, and connecting with Cars Canada and attaining support is something that we are 100% following through on. And right now, that's a big portion of the board, and my role is seeking out other funds due to the transition of us moving from victim services and working under the Solicitor General. There's a significant chunk of the budget that was there that we will lose. So even though the funds look very robust now of what's in the crisis team funds, they can quickly deteriorate and be gone if we don't attain other funding sources. So that is at the forefront of our mind. All of those organizations you just spoke about, we will be seeking funding.
Sorry, another question is what is the definition of the victim that you would serve? Is it only victims of trauma, or is there a broader definition? I'm thinking specifically of residents experiencing a mental health crisis or housing crisis or anything like that in the after hours. I know that COS takes care of that in the Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, but in the other hours, I'm wondering if the crisis team's mandate crosses into that.
And that's a great question. The term crisis is very subjective according to agency. For the crisis team, it's acute trauma following a traumatic event that's occurred. So we aren't necessarily an extension of COS. So I have the history of having been the COS manager, and I do see a slight gap there as far as that we aren't necessarily an extension of COS. We're there for that acute moment. However, when I speak with the COS manager, there are constraints on them working past 4:30. And so there isn't the opportunity to flex the hours to stay later if there is an event that might fall under community outreach services. So what happens then is that event can move into a crisis because it wasn't mitigated early on. And so when I'm keeping within the mandate of how our funds were raised, it must be acute trauma. And I do flex those boundaries slightly to support outreach in moments, but it does need to be under an acute trauma following a traumatic event.
Thank you for that. I just want quick clarity on one of Councillor Waxer's questions about most of the events happening within our municipal boundaries. And or she assumed they maybe happen out of our municipal boundaries, but you're saying most of the events are within the municipal boundaries?
I would say that there are events that could be on the highway. There are events that are going to happen, like an ice climber falling, and there's going to be an acute trauma there. However, I wouldn't necessarily say that that's the entirety. You might get a big event like a wildfire or for example, there was people were snowed in and a lot of people had to be evacuated, and we might be assisting all of those people. So that might bring the stat up, but that would have been a 1 or 2 day event. So yeah, it would have been a 1 or 2 day event that we would be dealing with for a short period. So there wouldn't be as many hours that would have gone into the support. If that's clearing that, to give you a well-rounded perspective. Often a crisis can be, if it's the hospital calling us to assist with a trauma, those people are in the hospital, and that's where the crisis team got referred to them. So they were in the municipal boundary.
Okay, that somewhat clarifies it a little bit. I just think the idea of asking Parks Canada for help as well, because they, with maybe the event happened outside the municipal boundary and we're doing it
absolutely,
within
and
the
those do happen. Yeah, and they have funded us in the past.
Okay.
And had no problem. There was no struggle to achieve that funding.
Thank you. I saw how to hear Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Thank you, Ms. Tara, for the presentation. I will continue this same topic of discussion.
Sure.
As I understand both your presentation and the letter that we have on our agenda from Ms. Dawson with respect to the request for funds, the crisis team will be focused on supporting victims of trauma, and you add to that acute trauma.
Mm-hmm.
But my understanding is that it is acute trauma other than acute trauma arising from a crime.
Correct.
Right. And so the letter, one of the letters of support, and again, you need not take responsibility for a letter of support from Jasper's Emergency Medical Services, but it continues to refer to victims of crime. But my understanding is that is not what the crisis team is doing. That's what the newly formed Victim Services agency is for. That's for victims of crime. You will deal with trauma visited upon other people, but not victims of crime, correct?
Yes, that is ultimately the definitions, but that isn't ultimately what happens on the ground level. If a person is in a crisis situation and you're working with them, you're going to work with them and try to support, no matter, for the crisis team, no matter how that has come to you. However, the BSU, who works closely with the RCMP for that criminal aspect, the reason that is differentiated there is because they have that backup of the RCMP support to go in if it's a dangerous situation and the risk would be high. We try to keep that risk low because we don't have that RCMP backup to be able to, say, attend an event that has that element to it. Currently, they have also restructured. So at this time, we do receive a plethora of calls that may have fallen under them ultimately. The RCMP aren't able to call us directly anymore because we don't work directly under the Solicitor General anymore. I have just put in a grant for $100,000 to the Solicitor General, and that if I'm successful in that may change. So it'll be more holistic that way. And that's based around the fact that they're changing how they're running things. The Solicitor General is changing how victim services is going to be run, and so it is going to be a transition.
Exactly, and that is the provincial Solicitor General. So again,
yes.
Not to lay this at your feet, but the letter of support identifies the federal government as having changed the system, but in fact it was the provincial government and its funding of victim services that has changed all of this.
That's correct, and I do see there is a lot of confusion surrounding how it's all changed. I do see those when I'm reading documents as well, that there's still a bit of misunderstanding on where the funding's come from and what's happening.
Right, thank you for that. I have one further question if I may, but this is for administration. So apart from last year, maybe 2022, things started to work out differently. We had previously supported victim services, which included victims of crime and victims of other trauma. And so we have a history of having a base amount in our budget. Is it still there? And are we anticipating an additional request from victims of crime as opposed to the crisis team?
Deputy Mayor through to Mayor Ireland. So yes, what happened budget wise is that crisis team was the same amount, so it was put into the base budget as it was for victim services. For the other part of the question, we have not seen an additional request that I am aware of. So at this moment, there is no request from that other organization.
Thank you.
Councilor DeBoda.
This doesn't really have anything to do with funding, but maybe like differentiating between the services. Have you explored using a different term than victim, like casualty or something that I can't find it? But I think that someone that experiences something, whether it's physical or mental trauma, is different than victim of crime, where I think that word, that term is more suitable. But that has nothing to do with this conversation here. I think that there's been a lot of confusion and stuff, and I really appreciate the clarity now, and I know where I sit when it comes to that, but yeah, I appreciate what you guys do.
Thanks, I agree with you when it comes to that term. It is something that I would like to change. It's utilized still very readily, especially with where we're receiving funds and grants. So we still require to use it, but
Councilor Waxer.
Sorry, my other question was, I know that in the previous victim services process, in order to be certified as an advocate, there was a very robust training program that each advocate went through. And I'm wondering if the crisis team is how they're approaching that, because that was sort of a provincially, maybe federally planned out course that gave the advocate certification. But I wondered how your new organization would be approaching that.
so the training now, obviously with BSU, you're working in conjunction with the RCMP, so you had to be federally cleared. And that was a 2-year process to bring in advocates. I already had that, so I'm cleared. And the people currently that we are bringing on board have gone through that training as well. But for future, I'm in the development stage of what we will require, and I can truly create it under my, being a social worker, I can create that myself. I won't have an agency like the RCMP developing it at a provincial or federal level of how we train, but we will be doing training, mentorship. I'll be choosing people who are highly experienced and that have an extensive background in crisis management.
Okay. Sorry, I had one other question. Is similar to Councillor Komoda's, the term advocate is very much associated with victim services, and I wondered if you considered looking at a different title.
It's funny you say that. I have 100% thought of that as well, and they will be contracted coordinators who we share the on-call phone time. And really now the services that we're providing, because we don't have a full-time staff member, we're really going up to the calls, and the majority of the funds will go to the client and the person in need, because we're all working on call now. So it's highly economical when you look at what we're spending per month for someone to take that on-call phone, and the service is going directly to the person in need as the calls come in. We're in the recreation of ourselves right now, so I am putting in some significant hours in administrative tasks to get grants, and we have to revamp now because of what happened. That was of no fault of the crisis team, but now that we've changed and we're restructuring, we have a recreation time, and again, we can make it Jasper specific, bring in new names for advocates, and for now, we're using that name because that's what the community associates us with, and so we're utilizing that name, but I plan to change it.
And sorry, one last question, and that is, just, it was sparked by what you just said. So the people that will be, covering the call, will they be, you said contracted, so rather than volunteer, they will have a stipend or a.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because there isn't one person taking a significant amount of the funds for salary position, it will be, those funds will go directly to, we have the ability to be able to pay people to be on call. And we will not have 8, 9 advocates like there would have been before. We're going to keep the group tight, well-trained, people who are very experienced in crisis management. And it's basically, as we get set up, it'll be just that on-call phone that's there. And a lot of times that's not only for cost to call, say the cost manager to call, but we have phone calls from the activity center front desk, who often are that first point of contact that might see something happening in a crisis in our community. So I do get a few calls from them, and we're able to walk them through the process of what to do next. If it's an RCMP call, so just that person on the end of the phone that they can call, another community member who's on call to support what they should do. We've got someone, there's an event, it might not be RCMP they want to call, it hasn't escalated into criminal, but there's something seriously happening. And as a community, let's try to support this person and get them to some resources before it gets escalated.
Thank you, and sorry for all the questions.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a quick question. It looks like you were able to bring on one more support worker. How many do you have in total?
So right now it's Greg and I. We have, within the board that we have a couple of people in there that we would like to move over into advocate roles, who are very experienced, have been with BSU for 10, 12 years, like myself. So we'd like to transition them over, but we'd have to recruit more board members as well. So that's the plan as we restructure, and we'd like to have maybe 2 more, and that would be 4 of us to take the on-call phone consistently, so that anytime that phone 852 team is called, someone's at the end to support that business owner, that outreach manager, that hospital staff member with whatever they need, if it's financial support or just support in brainstorming what to do next.
That was kind of my next question. I see you provided one-on-one support 7 days a week this past year. Can you describe what that actually means?
Yeah, in the social work realm, there's a big difference between face-to-face support and one-on-one support. Face-to-face would be you're right in front of that client, they're right there and you're working. That would be a lot of, during the daytime hours, community outreach services hours, people will walk in the doors of outreach. That's an amazing support system right there, and then they can judge what needs to happen next if it's at a crisis level. For us, basically, if there's a crisis that comes in after hours, it'll come from an agency. I'm not going to go out to that call because at this time we don't have the risk management in place for that. There's not 2 of us. We don't have the RCMP connection that we had before. So I'll be over the phone giving support to the person who has called. Any time of the day. During the daytime hours, people will likely go to COS, or if they call me, I might refer them there. Say you've called the crisis line, the hospital, but COS is open, and if you help that individual get over there, they'll be able to support. And I'll be able to identify if it's a crisis within our mandate. It's the identification of it being a crisis that can be sometimes difficult for community members, agencies, or businesses to decipher where to go. We're kind of a one-stop shop of where to go. Outreach, hospital, you need to call the RCMP right now. This is escalated and becoming something that they need to step in. So it's just that support and identifying the crisis.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments from? No, I feel like you're thinking.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around, the government changed how the crisis team worked before. And they were not going to unless you were a victim of crime, you didn't get support with that change, correct? When that change happened last year.
So Victim Services Unit provides support for trauma that has been involved with a criminal event. The reason that the crisis team arm was developed was the fact that if that ice climber falls off that mountain and passes away and the family's there and they're in flux and needing support, or that car accident that was non-criminal, there was no support available in our community after hours for that at all. So that's where those advocates can still work, but now they're falling under the crisis team for those moments, for those incidents, and not the Victim Services Unit, because that would have had to have been criminal. So this was a way of our community being savvy, and how do we support everybody that's experienced a traumatic event after, or experiencing crisis after a traumatic event. We needed those funds, so those are how they can be fundraised and go into the crisis team. If you can't fundraise for Victim Services Unit because it's under the Solicitor General, you couldn't fundraise for that. So it's almost like the Friends of Jasper and Parks Canada, a relationship similar to that.
Okay. So the provincial crisis victim services still exist, and they get reference calls. And then you mentioned costs.
So VSU may get calls. The majority, I believe, would come from that RCMP officer who will utilize their services. And however that looks now, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
The community outreach services is well known, and a community member might refer someone in crisis to them, or Parks Canada might, even drive up there to drop someone off that they've found on the highway to community outreach services. So that's a nice established building that people could walk into in a moment of crisis. That event might necessarily fall under our definition of crisis after a traumatic event. But I guarantee you, if the manager calls me, we will work together in how we're going to support. And if it's me just assisting with some financial support, that's what we'll do together to assist that person. But I wouldn't likely go out and spend time on that call, because that's becoming more expensive for the crisis team, because the outreach workers are there to provide that face-to-face support. So there's overlap, but it's very synergistic. And I know if we have a letter of support from the manager of community outreach services and the workers. We work together regularly.
Yeah.
And we really make it seamless. So that individual is just receiving care, no matter where it's coming from. They wouldn't even know. I may pay for the hotel room, and the outreach worker might walk them over there to make sure they get there safely, and then follow up the next day.
Thanks for that. I'm trying to make it clear in my mind, and with the changes that have occurred. I think that is it for me. You did mention that you were able to obtain a grant because of the municipal funding that had already been given to the Crisis Team Society.
I have yet to hear, but I have submitted a grant for $100,000 that was just recently put out by the Solicitor General, and that is to provide support in the courts, along with a few other criteria that they have. And so my thought is that they're outsourcing some of that to agencies that are well versed in dealing with crisis response. I don't know exactly what their master plan is, but I applied for it. A criteria was municipal support. And often in these fields of human services, it is municipal support. They want to ensure that it's a legitimate, organized, highly trained individuals that are providing this work. And when they know that the municipality has supported it, they feel a little bit more confident in giving funds.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Dara or administration? Or Councillor or Mayor willing to make a motion? Mayor Ireland.
I will move that committee receive the presentation from the Jasper Team Crisis Society
Crisis
for
Team Jasper.
information. And refer the $12,500 request for funding to the 2024 budget deliberations.
Thank you for that. There is a motion on the table. Is there any debate on that motion? Seeing no hands, I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Ms. Hart, for coming today. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. All right. Last but not least, thank you for staying all day for us. Next up, agenda item 4.11, the Jasper Heritage Folk and Blues Society. We have Kristen Murphy, Executive Director. We have Crystal Loughlin and Sylvie Walsh here presenting. Welcome and thank you for your patience. Can't just do that. Hey, is my on? That's fine. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, hi. Thank you so much for having us, Mayor and Council. I realize that it's been a long day, many presentations, and we actually requested to be last, so we can't be upset about it. So it worked out great, because I still had to teach and do other things today. So thank you so much for having us here. We wanted to start with a little bit of clarification. As there was a bit of confusion the last time, I just wanted to make sure, because I know there's a lot of words and a lot of Jasper and music involved. We are the Jasper Heritage Folk and Blues Society, and we present the Jasper Folk Music Festival. So essentially that's our main mandate, is to present a annual festival. We do offer a couple of other things throughout the year, but our main event is the Jasper Folk Music Festival, the weekend after Labor Day in September on most years. We did a little bit of a Jasper Heritage Folk and Blues Society at a glance, just to kind of give you a sense of who we are and where we have come from, because I felt like there was a bit of clarity needed with that as well. We are a nonprofit society, and we are 100% volunteer run without any paid employees. We have proudly hosted this version of the Jasper Folk Music Festival since 2013. Prior to that, there was a different biannual music festival that some of you will remember. It was called the Jasper Heritage Folk Festival. So just to twist all those words up some more, which ran on the Heritage Day weekend. And that went, I think, for approximately 20 years. And it was every second year, every second Sunday by a separate society. We have, in this version of our festival, hosted 8 festivals since 2013. 2017 was canceled because if you remember, that's when there was the Centennial Field was getting the big overhaul, because we used to host our festival there. And of course, 2020 and 2021, well, we all know what happened there. We didn't get to have our festival. We have worked, sorry. We worked really hard to create a family-friendly festival for our local Jasper community, as well as visitors who are coming to our community. We are an inclusive festival. We welcome all children 12 and under are welcome to come free, and seniors 80 and over also attend for free. We also offer a discounted rate for youth and seniors who are 65 and up. Something really important to us is to encourage local musicians. That first slide that we had, of course, was local musicians, sons and daughter, who have played at our festival the last 2 years. We also host an annual Battle of the Bands, which we call the Battle Royale, as a way to kind of encourage local musicians who've maybe never played on a stage before, and whoever wins that contest gets the opportunity to play at our festival. We've also reached out to local youth through the high school to see if we can encourage some teenage musicians to come play on our stage. We have about 100 volunteers for the festival weekend, so it's a lot of people, a lot of manpower that it takes in order to make that happen. And then year round, we have about 15 board members who keep everything running. We've worked hard to incorporate various cultural music with a focus on Indigenous and Canadian performers. And we've worked really hard to keep our ticket prices affordable, but at the same time providing the highest quality of music that we can afford through our budget. We have been very grateful for the support of the municipality of Jasper over the years. We were the recipient of the old version of the Community Development Fund in 2013, 2014, 2016, and 2018. And in 2022, we were gifted partial field rental as an in-kind. And in 2023, we were sponsored by the municipality, and you were considered a diamond sponsor. And that included in-kind donations, which was the rental of Commemoration Park, including the stage, use of tables and chairs, and a ladder, it says here, and as well as a cash donation of $2,000. Don't forget the ladder, it's really important. There are tents to be put out. And so what are we asking for? The Jasper Heritage Folk and Blues Society is asking for your support in order to keep our festival accessible for all Jasperites. We're looking for financial support as well as in-kind donations of the field, stage, tables, chairs, and a ladder. The support would help a couple of things. We would like to use that funding to fund the kickoff parade, which is the way that we have started our festival the last number of years, and our children's area. Our kickoff parade is a major highlight of our weekend. And if you haven't seen it, I hope that you can the next time. Anyone is welcome to attend. The last couple of years, we have had this fabulous band called the Brass Tactics, who are a 10-piece brass band leading the way, and we parade down the street along the community trail. So town trail. What is that called? Along Cannot Drive, along the sidewalk, not on the road. And then we make our way to the festival grounds. So we're kind of like drawing people in, and it's always a pretty fun and exciting moment. Children are also a very important part of our festival community. Most of our board members are also teachers, so that happened. And we work hard to provide a free weekend offering for all children 12 and under. With that, we have children's performers, bouncy castles, face painting, crafts, dress up children's parade on the festival grounds, like in addition to the kickoff parade, a mini library with story time, photo booth, and more. We just wanted to add a couple of pictures. So this is a kind of a sense of what happens with our kickoff parade. This was this year's parade with all kinds of excitement, and it was a beautiful hot day for it this year. And then these are just a couple of examples within our children's zone. Our children's performer, you can see on the left-hand side, he played and entertained children for hours. He was amazing. And then we also had Zumba. So you can see a variety of children and others engaging. And then I guess we wanted to kind of point out the ways we feel that our proposal is aligning with your strategic priorities. We feel that by supporting the Jasper Heritage Folk and Blues Society, the municipality of Jasper is supporting community health by prompting and enhancing recreational and cultural opportunities and spaces. And for us, that would be that we host yoga, Zumba, drumming, dance, and meditation workshops throughout the festival weekend by enabling and facilitating events that provide opportunities to increase community connections. We feel that by offering 100 volunteer positions, that is a great opportunity for people to connect and get involved. It's another way for people to attend the festival for free if they felt like that was a barrier for them. And we do end up getting a lot of volunteers that come back year after year. We feel that by supporting the Jasper Heritage Folk and Blues Society, the municipality of Jasper is maintaining strong relationships by collaborating with Indigenous partners. A strong focus for us and priority has been to include Indigenous musicians every year. Warrior Women has been a part of our festival many years. We also hosted the Bullhorn Singers with Ruben in the Dark in 2022, and Chubby Cree was with us this year in 2023. We also feel that by welcoming the expertise, innovation, creativity, and commitment of community members, groups, associations, and businesses, we feel that fits in with our festival through having local artisans and food vendors on site for the whole weekend. Our local Girl Guides troupe likes to be a part of the festival as well, and they join us and sell cookies or various things that they're interested in doing. Local artists create our poster every year. We put that out as an opportunity for an artist, as well as hosting local musicians on stage. And the benefits to the municipality. So we would like to propose that the municipality of Jasper host our children's area and parade. We would call the municipality of Jasper Kickoff Parade and Kids Zone. And the parade and children's area would be named after the municipality of Jasper. We would offer social media recognition for contributions. We always have shout outs on stage at the festival, as well as thank you ads in the local papers. We feel it would be a tangible meeting of your strategic priorities, as well that the arts are seen as a priority in the community with a high focus on recreation. And in a time where mental health concerns are at an all-time high, recognizing the value of the arts is crucial. And finally, we wanted to share a little bit of information about the growth of our festival over the years. As a nonprofit society, we rely heavily on sponsorships and grants to fund our festival. And just the way things have kind of happened since COVID, we're currently still waiting to hear on a grant. We applied for the 2023 festival, so some grants have become a bit more precarious as the world also has. So that has been challenging for us. Some of our local sponsors have been committed for years, some are brand new, and some who have been our sponsor for years can no longer afford to sponsor during these challenging times. And in order to continue to offer an affordable, quality music festival for Jasperites and tourists alike, we need some help with some reliable funding. So that is why we are here today. So we've put with our package our requested budget, the municipal proposal budget, and then we've also kind of shown the differences in our budget through the years from 2019 to 2023. And so I hope that you've had a chance to look that over, but if you have any questions in general or regarding the financials, let me know.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murphy, for your presentation. I am looking to council for any questions for either administration or the Heritage Folk and Blues Society. Mayor, I heard things.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, and thank all three of you for the presentation, even though it was led by only one. Delegation authority at work, I suppose. And thank you for agreeing to be last. Somebody had to be. And we were here in any event. I'm just curious about the budget. What I get is a budget for expenses, but not for revenue. Can you share with us if not right now, but sometime before budget deliberations next week, the revenue part of budget.
I'm treasurer take that.
So our revenue for this year is hard to finalize because we haven't received some of the grants that were meant to apply to this festival. So as well, we did do a casino, which is part of our revenue, but we're not allowed to use it unless we're at a deficit. So we're having a hard time kind of figuring out what to do with that. So our revenue, where it's at, is 118,000, and our expenses for the whole festival are just under 107. So we are at profit, just over $10,000, but it's reliant upon some of our grants still that we expect to get, but we haven't gotten. And we don't know how much they'll be until we get them. So that's where it's a little tricky. What we're looking for is to create a buffer that we have to go forward, because we have a lot of expenses that come before the actual event. So a whole lot of deposits and payments that have to happen before we get the revenue from the actual event, which is where we're trying to gather funding to support that. So yeah, the numbers that are on the spreadsheet are mostly justifying the amount that we're asking. It's more than the amount we're asking, but to allocate it to these areas of volunteers and children's performers and all of that, those things. But our full budget is much more expensive.
I appreciate that, and I trust that you will appreciate. You are now the 13th such presentation, and I am just trying to get a sense of proportionality and what part of your budget you're seeking to get in the request from the municipality. But I think I got those numbers: 118 total revenue and 100.
We'd be happy to provide a copy of it. Oh yes, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would appreciate that, and recognizing that it's not finalized.
Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can I just follow up on that? So in the 118,000, if I understand it, but some of the grants are built into that, and there'd be more, so they'll be on top of that. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Looking around the table, I can ask a question. Can you speak to attendance over the last few years, successes, etc.? Yep, we can definitely speak to that. So for this year, we had a full-time record-breaking high number of people join us, which was very exciting. 1,100 participants, 200 of which were children, which attended for free, which we're very excited to have, as well as 49 discounted seniors and 14 discounted youth, 100 volunteers. Those numbers were up from a total of about 700 at our last. So 36% increase, I think it was, which is super exciting. And hopefully will continue. Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments from council?
I just want to say that I'm just very familiar with all this and I do appreciate the mayor asking for the revenue. So thank you all for coming forward today. And I really appreciate you wading through all that prior stuff. And, I appreciate the commitment. And I think, again, I know what I'm sounding repetitious and I don't want it to come across as insincere, but I think it's such a great thing for the community. And I remember advocating, at the Jasper partnership level and, some of the discussions were that, we're already doing something during a busy time again. And I know that was like part of the discussion in the prior form of the folk festival. But, my argument was too, is that, we might be attracting a different type of clientele with this. It's not just people in hotel rooms. I mean, there's people that come here that go camping that, this is a local event and it's cherished by locals, but it also does invite people from outside the community. And the more that, there's exposure outside of Jasper for this, like the earlier people will book to come here to do stuff, whether they're in hotel rooms or camping. And I think for me, it's nice to change up or keep a different clientele in the mix. So when people that appreciate music, they come to the community and they're spending money. And I think, that's been recognized. So you've seen some support that way. And I don't want to be Sir Rico of rhetoric anymore, but I did that for a giggle out of the mayor. I just, I think that for me, it's easy to support something like this. But again, I'd like to see more support from the business community and other agencies as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilor Demota. I have a question for Director Malinchuk. Will this be similar to UpLift, where the $5,000, $3,000 in kind, and $2,000 cash will not be built into the base budget as it was in after budget? Yes, correct, same thing. And my question for the board, the $20,000 requesting, including gifts in kind, like up to $20,000. That's what the ask is? Yeah, okay, that's correct. Thank you. Councilor Milner.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I may have misheard, but I understand you said you had the opportunity to have a casino. And then those casino funds aren't able to be used for the festival, or how can they? I'm trying to wrap my head around the revenues and the expenses on the event. I understand that the attendance and the grants would probably pay for the performers. But how does that casino revenue, how would that get used in the future?
So our goal in doing the casino was to be able to use the funds for artists at the festival to pay their wages, their fees. What we learned from the casino after is that we are not allowed to spend those funds unless we are at a loss for the year or for the event. But we're not at a loss, and we hope not ever to be at a loss again. That's the goal. So we're kind of in a bit of a puzzle as to how we're able to use these funds that we did the casino for and raise the money for, because we're at a profit, which isn't a true profit because it gets rolled into the next festival. It becomes our payments for the next festival. We've been told by ADLC that we're not allowed to spend it unless we're at a loss. So we continue to try and figure out how we can spend these funds. But that's kind of where we're at.
The follow-up question on the casino, usually when you do one casino, you put your application in to do another one.
Yeah.
Do you currently have a application in right now?
We do. But should we do it is the question, if we can't spend the money. So we're trying to, because it also involves all of us, many volunteers going to Edmonton, spending a lot of time and, effort to be able to go there, which we then have paid for. That part we were able to spend out of the casino funds. But we still have this money that we're being told we're not allowed to spend unless we're at a loss. So we are on the list, but I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so there's a difference between profit and surplus, right? When you're a nonprofit, and I'm not a legal expert by any means, but you put that money in reserve as a non-for-profit because you can't use that unless you have a shortfall. That money can't count towards your profit, but I believe that because it's in a reserve, you can use that for your expenses, your prepaid expenses to pay for those features, as long as that money goes back into that reserve as that allocated for that. So it's not necessarily the exact, like it's the exact money that you're using to bring in, because I believe I've been part of some meetings before. So that as long as you have that money there at year end, that you collected that same amount from the casino, that's still part of that money. Does that make sense? Okay. Well, anyway, that's neither here nor there. I mean, you're here to ask for some money, and we're going to make a motion to do that. But I'm having a hard time explaining it. If I could figure out to get somebody to clarify that. So if you have an account for that money that was raised, it's your fundraising money.
We have accounted for it.
Right.
In our annual, like that's part of the 11 something. However, from what AGLC has said, we're not allowed to spend it because our event raised money, had profit. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at.
What I'm saying is that I think that if at year end, when you do your year end, if that money is there, you haven't spent it. But what I'm saying is I believe you can use it for prepaid expenses to start up the have it as cash flow.
Yeah.
Basically, right.
We're trying to look into that with people at AGLC to figure out how we can spend it and who we can write these checks to use that money from the AGLC casino account that we have, it's a separate account.
Yeah, okay.
All
right.
So the checks have to come out of that account to particular places that you've pre-designated as certain types of expenses. Yeah.
Didn't know it was I didn't know you had it in a separate account that was allocated just for that.
It has to be.
I'm just trying to, expand the box. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Just quickly kind of following up. So revenue last year was 118,000, expenses were 107. So you got about 11 grand in the bank, but you're now starting back at 11 grand. And you need to raise that money again every year. You just happen to have an exceptionally amazing year because the weather was phenomenal. You were 36% up in guests. So I don't want to say unfortunately, but unfortunately you had a surplus because it was just phenomenal. That might not happen next year, right? So and what is in front of us is this group asking for money, however we figure out your AGLC funds, but you're at 11,000 in the bank. And
we're at 50 in the bank. We also, which we'll get a lot of that will be deposits for the sound, deposits for the bands, deposits for all these different things that happen before the event. We are looking at building that because we're looking at building the amount that we're spending on artists as well. Those artist costs have gone up. All of the costs that we have gone up as everything has. So we do have a good amount in the bank, which is something that we can then continue to move forward. That said, you do always have the opportunity where things can, or where things can happen, like a fire or like a cancellation for whatever reason, which we almost had, not this past, but the year before, and had to reschedule for October. If it were canceled, we still have to pay all these bands that we have booked. So, and then you have no revenue, but you have all these expenses. So we want to have the society in a place where we could cover something like that happening and not have to stop doing festival. So that's where we're looking to create more of a buffer.
And the more funding you have, the bigger, better names you can get.
Yes.
To draw. And just speaking, what Councillor Moto was speaking about earlier, I was at the festival weekend. I worked in the beer gardens and I saw a lot of people from out of town, a lot, way more than I thought I would. And many people very interested in signing up for volunteering for the next coming year. So Councillor Mel, next, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, good. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Hall. So I guess before we can vote, looking at the 2023 approved $3,000 in kind and $2,000 cash, when I made my notes, I noted that that was $5,000 and we knew what we were donating. So I'm guessing you're not looking, or I'm seeing gift in kind, and the 20,000 that you're asking for, is that gift in kind, or is it cash, or is it a combination? And because I don't know what I'm voting on yet.
Thank you for the question. It would be a combination, with so far the amount of gift in kind that we have allocated similar to this year was about $2,000.
So just for clarification, you'd be out of the 20,000 the ask for 2024 would be 18,000 in cash and 2,000 of gift in kind, or just so that we all know what we're voting on.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, it would be the 2,000 gift in kind plus 18,000 cash to equal 20,000.
Thank you. Any other questions if councillors have?
Do you have questions or comments for the society from the council table? And if not, is there somebody willing to make a motion?
Who's all going for it?
Why don't we sort that out? Okay, may I ask a question? I am intrigued now by this conundrum that you face. And so I have been looking at the policy handbook issued by AGLC for funding of this nature. It's just about as long as today's agenda. So I'm just thumbing through quickly, but are you a recognized arts group for funding? Because there are different rules for different sorts of groups. And so have they identified, I presume that you would fall under an arts group, but do you know how they categorize you within that?
I think we are just as a nonprofit society. I don't know if it would be also a recognized arts group or not that I'm aware.
Have you looked at the policy handbook?
It's fun reading.
Yeah, it sure is. All right,
And
well,
I've spoken to people on the phone, like representatives at AGLC, and I specifically said, so if we have a festival and we have made money, we cannot spend this. Like, we earned more than we spent. Can we still spend this on our bands? No, you cannot unless you are at a loss for the event. And you can't on year-round expenses unless you are at a loss for the year.
yeah, I see some language that suggests that, well, for eligibility rather than for spending, you have to operate on a cost recovery basis.
Yeah.
Which doesn't perhaps allow for a bit of profit this year to be seed money for next year.
Yeah.
Which just doesn't make very much sense, but
No, because we had kind of judged that with cross proceeds, we earned just over 20,000 with about 3,000 in expenses associated with the casino. So we would have 18,000. We thought, oh, we'll put 9 towards 1 year and 9 towards next year, and it'll be beautiful. But then they said, no, you can't spend it this year because you made money. But you can only use it for 2 to 3 years. And so you can't keep it after that.
so the best that we could do for you is to make you lose money.
Right.
So, no.
Problem solved.
No.
And I think it's important to maybe not say profit, but surplus, because that's what it is. No, you didn't make money, you have surplus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councilor Miller.
Forgive me, I was doing the same thing I was doing. So, just to expand on Councilor Melnick's question, up to $20,000, including gifts in kind, like the total ask. So I think I just wanted to know how to phrase that. Is anybody gonna take that? I feel like I've done 20 of these already, and I don't, it's not that I don't want to support it. But
Councilor Melick?
Actually, while you're busy, I think the specific ask was $2,000 gift in kind and $18,000 in cash. So that's what the motion would probably need to be for clarity.
sounds like you have it under control.
There we go.
The motion you're about to read, Councilor Melick?
Pass in the buck.
Off the rails Tuesday, let's go.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that committee receive a presentation for information from the Jasper Heritage Folks and Blue Society, and that committee refer the $20,000 funding request to the 2024 budget discussion, of which $18,000 is cash and $2,000 is gift in kind.
There is a motion on the table. Is there any debate?
Oh, just give me a second.
I'm gonna go to the, I know, our islands.
Last year it was 3,000. So did you just mistake that, or did you intend to? So I know you asked them, but last year it was 2,000 cash, 3,000
Yeah.
kind.
Yeah, I asked if they're asking for 20.
Okay, and 2,000 kind. So
2 of it is in kind, so it's total 20. 2 in kind, 18,000.
less in kind than last year.
Yes. Being coached.
I think,
Go ahead.
I think might have made a mistake there. In that last year it was 3,000 in kind. And I'm realizing now, looking over this budget again, that 2,000 in kind would not cover the field rental. And so I'm not sure if it's too late to change that. But I think sticking with what we had said last year, 3,000 in kind would make the most sense, because that would give you guys the opportunity to donate the field rental to us, if that's possible, and tables and chairs. That ever important matter.
Councilor Waxer? The latter, okay. The latter. There is a motion on the table. Is there objection to 3,000 gifts in kind, 17,000 cash? Okay. So there's no debate. I will call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, Jasper Heritage Folk and Blue Society, presenting the Jasper Folk Music Festival, for attending today and waiting and being here till the end.
Thank
you. Learned some. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. The rest of your Tuesday.
And for singing the blues about casinos.
Before the meeting ends, can you explain what November 21st and 22nd is, and then what December 5th is, please? That's the regular meeting where you would actually make the case. But it's just so people aren't waiting for the next 3 weeks, thinking, why isn't one talking to you? Okay.
So next one. This takes us to the end of our meeting. Important dates coming up next week. November 21st and 22nd.
9 a.m. start.
9 a.m. start for both days. Our budget presentations here in the forum room Discussions. Final budget voted on December 5th. Calendar says budget presentations day 1 for the 21st, budget presentations day 2 on the 22nd, which is where we'll be discussing all of these external groups that came today. So be sure to tune in both days, all day. And then the final day, December 5th, we will be at a regular council meeting.
Just before we leave this topic and for clarity for those who may still be watching, can we get an indication from administration to the order of presentation next Tuesday and Wednesday? We have 4 departments, so I presume two per day. And what is that order?
In the order of agenda.
Yeah, I'm not sure the public has them.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, through your worship. An excellent question. And so we will start. The first presentation will be finance and admin, and then community development. And then in theory, the next day would be protective and legislative, followed by operations. And utilities, and utilities. I don't want to skip out the utilities part of operations and utilities.
All right, I appreciate that, and I stand to be corrected by administration, but the current understanding is that most, if not all, of these community group requests will fall under the council portion under protective and legislative services, so that if people are interested in when their request might be deliberated, it's likely to be when we deal with protective and legislative services budget.
Your worship, you're 100% correct. So in theory, that would be first thing on day 2.
So you're saying they don't have to tune in all day, both days?
I encourage them to do just that.
Thank you for that, Director Reed, administration. We are moving on to agenda item number 5. Adjournment. Mayor Ireland. There is a motion on the floor for Mayor Ireland to adjourn the meeting at 4:33. All in favor? And that is carried, and we are adjourned at 4:34. Thank you to public for tuning in. The gallery that was full today. Ms. Acorn for providing all the cookies and coffee we need to get through this long day. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday, everyone. We will see you next week.